Okay, here we go.
Yeah. So she's gonna do.
The April 19th meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting is properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 or closed caption for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication, you may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast KCLV Channel 2 on the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit to the rear of the chambers, out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with one of our marshals or a fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner, cross the street from City Hall at Lewiston First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation in public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come see our clerk staff up front. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by our security office when you exit chambers. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation this morning given by our wonderful Reverend Bonnie Pauley, Christ Episcopal Church, and remain standing for the pledge. Good morning.
Morning. Let us pray. O God, the fountain of wisdom, whose will is good and gracious, and the whole law is truth, we beseech you to guide and bless each member of this city council assembled here today. Give each of them the spirit of wisdom and understanding, that they may discern the truth in all that they undertake. Show them your purpose as they exercise their duties as leaders in our city. Teach us all to seek you and fill our hearts with thankfulness as we strive to serve each other. We ask this in your most holy name. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we will proceed with our ceremonial portion. Mayor Pro Tem Steve Ross is going to remain up here. He's wounded. Okay, as I mentioned, morning, everybody. Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ross is going to participate from up there, and he'd love to be down here because he's in his tartan, and you can see. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
but he is wounded, so he'll stay up there. Okay, this is a very exciting day for us. We'd like to start with our swearing in of our ward councilman in Ward 4. That's why he's smiling so beautifully. And, of course, our municipal court judge for Department 2. We'll have the presentation, some photographs with each as we proceed. And so, would Councilman Anthony's lovely wife, Bernadette, come up here, and family? Just Bernadette, wonderful, and taking off work. This is a wonderful day. So, Councilman Anthony, would you stand to my right to be sworn in? And would you raise your right hand, please? You've done this before. Isn't this exciting? This is number 3, yes? 3. Wow, he's just an old hand at this. All right. Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, that you will bear truth, faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, and further, that you are not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to office, position, or employment in the city government of the city of Las Vegas, and further, that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God. And further, that your bona fide address is shown herein, and that you will immediately notify the city of Las Vegas of any change of address during your term of office.
I do.
So, and you are witness to this, and can you, and here is your, I'm going to let Councilman Beers give this to you.
Thank you.
And tell us about, congratulations to you. 74% of the vote. We are so proud. Want to hear about the Bible, too.
Okay. Let's take some notes out. This is, as the mayor said, this is my 3rd term, so it's kind of anticlimactic, so I'll keep my notes brief. Well, Mayor mentioned my Bible. That's the Bible that I was given to when I was a little baby, when I was baptized, 6 months old, and I still have it, so thank God for everything that he has done for me. First of all, I want to thank my wife for coming down this morning and putting up with me for 37 years. Thanks for doing that. I appreciate it. I want to thank everyone who supported me, and I want to thank the residents of Ward 4 for putting their faith in me and allowing me to serve them and make Ward 4 a great place to live and a great place to work. In the city of Las Vegas. As the mayor mentioned, I got 74% of the vote, so I think I'm doing an okay job. But I really appreciate them putting me back in for my 3rd term. I'm really looking forward to a final 4 years of working with a great city of Las Vegas, starting with our city manager and our deputy directors and our directors and every single employee. I've been here for 8 years, and I have every employee that is here really wants to serve the residents of this city, and I'm thankful to be able to work with them and do some great things for the city of Las Vegas. And finally, I want to thank Becky and Sally. Sally's over there, and Becky is right here, my 2 assistants. They do 90% of the work, and I'm just a pretty face out in the community. But they really do a great job, and every single person who calls my office gets taken care of individually, and I appreciate you both of you doing that. And finally, I am looking forward to working with this great city council. This is a great group of people up here. We agree, we disagree, but we actually like each other, and we get along, and every single person up here wants to make sure this is one of the greatest cities in the United States, and I'm just looking forward to working with you, Mayor, and everyone on the City Council. I'm very proud to be with you, and thank you very much, and thank you very much.
We're so thrilled for this. It makes it so much easier as we go forward. A little continuation, and Bernadette and your family, congratulations. She's going back to work to earn. Thank you. Okay. I see we have our Munich Court folk here, and this is a very exciting time for us. We now have our Honorable Susan Rogers. Now, hold on one second here. Sue Roger, please come forward. And joining Judge Roger, we invite her parents, Robert and Lois Pate, her sister, Mary Hartzell, and her husband, David Roger, to come forward, please. We're very pleased to have you all here, and we are so excited. This is a wonderful time, and it's all in the genes. It starts at the beginning, right? Congratulations. This is so exciting. We're so proud. You just had a walk in the park there. So I'm very pleased that you're here, and we'll have comments from you. But at this time, I'd like to ask you to please raise your right hand as I administer the official oath. And if your family and husband, somebody I know well, will come forward. And if you come this way, so the TV up there can see you, beautiful. And she has beautiful blue eyes, too. Okay, do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution, the government of the United States, and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, and that you will bear truth, faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, and further, you are not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in the city government of the city of Las Vegas. And further, that you will faithfully perform your duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God. And further, that your bona fide address is shown herein, and that you will immediately notify the city of Las Vegas of any change of address during your term of office.
I do.
Isn't that exciting? Are we going to put this robe back on, this wonderful judge? Congratulations to you. We are so thrilled.
Thank you.
And here you are, and then you get the microphone. I know you know what to do with that.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Perfect.
Oh, my goodness. Please come.
First. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I want to thank the mayor for swearing me in. It's such an honor. When I was sworn in 6 years ago, you were being sworn in that day. So it's been a pleasure to work for the city. It's such a great environment that we work in. I'm humbled to be elected for another 6 years. And I want to thank the mayor, all the members of the city council, our fantastic city manager, Betsy Fretwell, for all of their support for municipal court, which helps make this job so wonderful. Also, my fellow judges, many of whom are here. I appreciate your support. Congratulations to Judge Kearns. Our court managers are here. My fantastic court staff, which is a big part of the reason I love coming to court every day. Bob, Connie, Alana, and April. Yes, they are.
Stand up. Please
Give them a clap. But they are a great bunch of people to work with, and I really appreciate the court experience because of them, the people who sit next to me every single day. Everyone in municipal court, it's a pleasure to work with. It's just been an honor. I want to, of course, thank my husband, David, for his continued support. This is now the 5th time he's been involved in the election process, and I think this was the easiest, I can say. So maybe we'll get lucky again, who knows. My sister Mary for her love over almost 42 years. She's been my best friend growing up, and I appreciate you being here. And my, great parents, Bob and Lois, for their continued support, putting me through UNLV, paying for every dime in my law school, and so I think it's paid off, we can say. So thanks again.
We are so proud.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate
We're so
it.
proud. This is just such a wonderful celebration for the state of Nevada, certainly for the city of Las Vegas, to have you returned. And congratulations to all of you for the part that you've played in developing this wonderful woman in talent and intellect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And team behind, the power Thank you all. I mean, it's really terrific. Now, you're all wondering, where is Judge Kern? Well, because he was, as I understand it, missing some people, we are going to hold off on your swearing into the May 3rd City Council meeting. And so we are just thrilled that you were returned to us again. I do remember 3 or 4 years ago, you had inferred that you weren't going to seek another term, and nobody could be more thrilled. You've done so many wonderful things with the court. We're so proud of you and grateful to you. And so for all of you that have come in for this celebration and the swearing in and the return of our wonderful city councilman to the bench with us, that bench, thank you very much. So that will conclude our swearing in. And Mr. Havlik, thank you so much for all that you do in Muni Court. We're just so grateful. Judges, thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. Now go out and met out the proper law. Look at them all. Awesome. Okay, so now, and if you could return that to the clerk, or both of those, thank you. Okay. Because we have so many people here that are very much interested in a special celebration today, we're going to go a bit out of order with what we're doing. And our next item, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ross is going to tell us why he's wearing his kilt, and he's going to tell us what to do up here. So, go for it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it, and good morning, everybody. It is a special time of year. Every year we celebrate this occasion. Before I do, though, I'd like to invite anyone down that's wearing a kilt today. If you're from the Celtic Society, from St. Andrews, anyone participating with the Highland Games. And as you're making your way down here, I thought I saw Scott Carter in here earlier. He usually wears his kilt.
Wonderful.
We're celebrating Tartan Day, and before we do, Mayor and Council, and our great audience, hi Tori. I really want to get us in the right mood, so I'd like to invite Josh McEachran into. Did I say it right this time? Very close. Thanks. McEachran. I'll get it figured out. To help us kick this off right. So, Christine?
Mary, who's going to explain why he's up here?
I did.
He doesn't need a microphone.
Thank you, Josh. I know you just learned how to play that last week, so you're doing really good. We are celebrating National Tartan Day today, and we normally celebrate this on April 6th, and it's a little late in the year because we want to kind of tie it together with the Highland Games out at Floydland Park at Tule Springs. So let me read the proclamation. The Declaration of Arbroath, the Scottish Declaration of Independence, was signed on April 6, 1320, and the American Declaration of Independence was modeled on that inspirational document. National Tartan Day, first officially observed in 1998 by the passage of U.S. Senate Resolution 155, commemorates the signing of the Declaration of Arbroath and recognizes the vibrant and influential role that Americans of Scottish descent have played in the creation and development of our own nation. Scottish Americans have helped shape every aspect of our society through many contributions in business, science, medicine, technology, education, sports, and the arts. On the occasion of National Tartan Day, celebrated each April 6, we take this opportunity to honor the many contributions, accomplishments, and cultural traditions of the members of the Scottish community in Las Vegas, Nevada. We celebrate the efforts of the Highland Games held at Floydland Park, April 29th, to preserve this valuable heritage. We, the Mayor and the entire City Council of the City of Las Vegas, do proclaim April 19th, 2017, National Tartan Day in the City of Las Vegas.
Congratulations.
And I'm going to give this to Jordan. If you notice, Jordan and Christine are both wearing the Montgomery tartan. So
Excellent.
I'm celebrating their heritage as well, and this is a Ross tartan as well, so I'm celebrating that. So, Josh, thank you so much for playing. Mayor, if you would give the microphone to Tori, and so she can tell us what's going on out at Tule Springs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tori Bullock. I'm the president of the Las Vegas Celtic Society. That's a 501c3 nonprofit corporation here in Southern Nevada, and our sole purpose is to promote Celtic culture through a bunch of different events. Our primary event is going to be held this year on April 29th and 30th at Floydland Park at Tule Springs. We have a huge Celtic festival going on that weekend. We have bagpipe and drum bands, Highland dancers, Irish dancers, burly people throwing heavy things. We have a bunch of Celtic food and goods vendors. Oh yeah, we have beer and whiskey and meat pies and haggis and all sorts of fun things like that. We would hope that you would all come out. I don't know if how many of you have been to Floydland Park at Tule Springs, but it really is a jewel of a park, and it's a great location to have our Celtic festival. So we have people from a bunch of different groups here. Josh is with the Las Vegas Pipe Band. He is also the executive director of the Las Vegas Celtic Society. We have Angus McEachern, who's part of the Las Vegas Celtic Society. Jack Tugad, you're in St. Andrews also, and Sons and Daughters of Erin, and the Las Vegas Celtic Society. Kelly Sheehan is one of our board members, our executive board members for the Celtic Society, as is Tanya Bracken Geller. Barry Jones is with the Scottish American Military Society, Post 777. The Sons and Daughters of Erin is also a large local group that promotes Celtic culture. They have an annual St. Patrick's Day parade and street fair, usually like the weekend before St. Patrick's Day. But we're mostly here today to promote the Las Vegas Celtic Gathering Highland Games and hope that you will tell your friends and you'll come out to the park.
And again, the date.
The date, April 29th and 30th. Not this weekend, but the following weekend.
And the time.
The times are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Admission prices are $15 for general admission, $10 for seniors and active duty military. Children under 5 are free, 5 through 12 are $5. We have a huge children's glen also. It's a very child-friendly event. We have a huge area for children's events, and everything inside that area is free once you pay the admission price. So we hope to see you all out there. I'd like to take another moment. We decided to get Steve a plaque.
Oh, thank you.
It's right here, Steve. Come get it. Oh.
Said, come and get it.
It just says the Las Vegas Highland Games would like to thank Steve Ross for his years of support. And then there's a line in Gaelic in here that he's going to have to decipher. It's a puzzle in a plaque.
Tori,
So
thank you so much, all of you, for participating in this wonderful event that we've been doing since we started the Highland Games out at Tule Springs. It's just been an amazing. And folks, I have to tell you, you don't have to be of Scottish descent to come. It's an experience for every nationality. I understand Queen Mary of Scots will be making a special appearance
yes,
as well.
Mary Queen of Scots will be there. Yeah, we have about 11,000 people come out to the event over the weekend, so it's a pretty big event. I think you'll find we have live Celtic music on our main stage all day. There's so much to see once you get inside. I highly recommend it. Typically, I say I only have to get you there once, and then we can get you to come back every year.
Yes, it's very addicting. So thank you all very much for that. Josh, can you give us one more with the mayor's permission?
Yes, please.
What do you think, folks? One more from Josh? Yeah.
unbelievable. Don't go away, Josh. Tell us, how many years have you been practicing?
Well, you're always practicing. You never stop. I've been playing for about almost 14 years now, roughly. Started when I was much smaller, right here in Las Vegas.
And is there...
It was
is there anybody who's interested? I mean, how would they learn about this? Who would teach this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I play here locally with the Las Vegas Pipe Band. We have about 20 players. We compete all across the West Coast, including at the Las Vegas Highland Games. Unfortunately, I don't get to play because I have to run the games. But if you're interested in learning more about the band or taking lessons or maybe picking up pipes or drums, we always need more pipers, we always need more drummers. You can find out more at lasvegaspipeband.org. They are also a 501c3 nonprofit, and their sole purpose is to teach bagpipes and drums and travel and compete and represent Las Vegas.
Wonderful. We're so grateful.
Thanks.
Congratulations. What a great job. What a talent. We're so proud. Beautiful. And congratulations. Hope you have a wonderful event knowing that he'll be there. He may be in a wheelchair. Torn meniscus, bad knee. So that's why you're not seeing him. He will be there. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you for your ongoing support. This is wonderful.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, you hear that instrument, and it just really sends chills down your spine every time we have a memorial or something of a very significant nature, especially with our fire and rescue, law enforcement. Our wonderful bagpipes are there for us. So, but he's a band unto himself, one person. So, now then, the ceremonial portion of the agenda, our first item, I'd like to invite our Director of Communications, David Riggleman, to come up here, please, who manages to orchestrate everything. Good morning. Always dapper, too. JUCO. Would love it. Good. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, as you know, meeting our values of action, which stand, you've heard me say it several times, achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. These are the people that build our community to make life better for us all, and today I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is our wonderful graphic artist, Margaret DeClerc. Margaret, come on up. Where are you, Margaret? How colorful you are today, and you fit right in with the decor of the room. What a talent. So proud of you. Oh, what a talent. Margaret's been with the city for 19 years and is a joy to work with. She's always prompt and efficient in her duties and has a friendly personality, as you can see. She's used her talents as a graphic illustrator to tell the city's tales and stories through her art. Having her abilities in-house saves the city thousands of dollars a year that would otherwise have to be spent on outside consultants and contractors. Margaret has shown her amazing creativity in art shows and through her gallery pieces. More importantly, she is the creative force behind hundreds of graphic design jobs annually and designs even my very fabulous and popular birthday cards. Oh, are we showing? Are they cute? This is this lady. And the holiday cards. I mean, I'm going into my 7th year as mayor, and not only did she do mine, I think you did Oscar's too before me. One. Good. You're very lucky. I only had to do one. Margaret is able to bring these cards to life with her skill at illustration and hand drawing each card. And what she does, she'll come up and talk with me, and certainly with either David or Jace from the department, just to talk about ideas. And then the next thing, I see a final suggestion, and it's never been changed. It's always fabulous right from that. In addition, Margaret's always willing to take on new jobs and challenges that come in from around our organization at the city for graphic requests for flyers, posters, evites, programs, and so much more. She collaborates every day with her fellow graphic artists, clients, and the print shop. Margaret always works with integrity and meets her deadlines. For example, you may not know, but I have a show on KCLV called Hello Mayor. And I invited the other 4 mayors of Southern Nevada to appear on Hello Mayor. And when you bring in mayors from Boulder City, Mesquite, North Las Vegas, and Henderson, you couldn't just sort of come in and say, come in and participate in the show. I mentioned to David and to Chase, I want to give them something. And to give somebody something is always so much better when it's personalized. And so poor Margaret. I said, Margaret, what can you do? And so you may see, and during my State of the City, it floated up there, but if you would hold that up, isn't that fabulous? And Margaret, I just said, please, what can you do? And we gave one signed to each of our mayors that they just loved, and it represents all of us. And of course, Margaret has one too. So we just, wow, there's no value that even can possibly make a mark to tell her how much we appreciate her creative talents and her ability, what she does with the jobs. It's just a delight. So thank you, Margaret, for all that you do. And I'm proud to present you with the award naming you the April Employee of the Month. And in addition to your left, your name's going to be on our City Hall front sign on Main next month. And we want to give you a chance to say a few words, but David has to go first.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. We had bagpipes for you today. What did you think about that? Yeah, you deserve it. So very proud of you, Margaret. We saw some of your work up there, and I'm thrilled every time I see your finished product. And Mayor, I have to thank you for nominating Margaret for this prestigious award here at the city. Thank you so much for recognizing her talent. It means a lot. Of course, you saw her great work up there. This is by no means all that she does, but she brings this level of talent and commitment to all of her projects here at the city. And that's what I really appreciate, is that you always make whatever you're working on just great. You make it always your top priority, and you just make it great. You city employees may not know this, but Margaret is an artist in every sense of the word. She studied in France, studied the language, studied the culture. Of course, the art is woven into that. And I just love that because it's that passion that she brings into her work every day. And it's why our product at the city is always so good. She's part of a wonderful team of graphic artists over here. It's a great group. They're responsible. Yes. Yes, we'll start with, we have John Villari. Stand up, John. We have John, the supervisor. We have Sherm Sheftal, our senior graphic artist. Stand up, Sherm. Michael Campbell, also a senior graphic artist. And right next to Michael, Rita Schoonmacher, one of our graphic artists here at the city. And Margaret, that's our entire team, small but mighty. And they're responsible from everything from business cards to billboards here at the city. And so it's an amazing job. And Mayor, the old adage that a picture is worth 1,000 words really applies to this group, because for a graphic illustrator, graphic artist, you're really talking about generally one image to communicate a message. And if you can do that effectively, it is a real talent. And we've got an incredible team here that can do that every day with the work that we do here at the city. Margaret, I'm so proud of you. I just can't tell you how well deserved this award is. I'm just beaming today that the mayor recognized you. And Mayor, again, thank you for always taking the time to recognize the people in my department, because we really appreciate the recognition from you and the council, because we work hard for you guys. So with that, thank you, Mayor, and I'll turn it back to you.
I'm not much of a speaker, but I did want to thank Mayor Carolyn for allowing me the opportunity to do what I love and get paid for it, and then get recognized for it, and it just means the world to me, because I love everything I get to do for you. That's the fun part of my job. And your sense of humor, you let me do whatever I want to do, and nothing's off limits. I remember the first time I was going to draw you, she said, you can make me as funny looking as you want. And it's impossible. She's so beautiful. I'll just make your eyes big and your hair. But I want to thank all of my department for supporting me in doing the work for the mayor because they pick up the slack when I get to do the fun part. So I'm just so grateful. Oh, yes. My sister's here from Dallas. She just happens to be in town working and just happened to be here, so she's playing hooky. My parents had their 70th anniversary in Arkansas, so I just got back last week. So
70 years, is that wonderful?
if I didn't have all the support of my coworkers and my family and everybody, I wouldn't be able to do this, what I love. So
Wonderful. Let's go over there and have a picture taken, and maybe your sister would come down.
Congratulations. Repeat.
Great. And thank you, department. I mean, you are the ones that really just pull it all together, and I know how much Margaret appreciates working with you all. It's just something out of her mouth all the time. Thank you. Okay. And for our next item, I'd like to invite Carrie Class-B to the podium. Oh, who have you got here?
One of our vendors' children, Chloe.
Hi, Chloe. Oh, wow.
First time at the city council meeting.
So, and she is beautifully dressed. Is she something? Hi, Chloe. Okay, first time here, she said. Anyway, as many of you know, Carrie is the mind behind the downtown Intuitive Forager Farmers Market that has taken over the copper-roofed old RTC building terminal near 3rd and Stewart. When I first took office in July of 2011, I looked out of the window in the old mayor's office, which was very depressing, and it was dark, but out there was that magnificent RTC copper-roofed building. And I thought, I hope nobody's going to tear that down. So my first phone call immediately was to our wonderful city manager, Betsy Fretwell. And I asked her, I said, what are they going to do with that? She said, well, it's been purchased, and it's possible it's going to be torn down. For those of you who have been to Boston, there is a facility much like that in part, but bigger. It's called Fennel Hall, that has a farmer's market in it, and also has small little food places and different types of shops in it. And I said to Betsy, they can't tear that down. It's a magnificent building, and what a great place for a farmer's market, which we had already begun. And because it's where the roads come together, the I-15, which is Los Angeles and up into Utah, and then US 95, which is Arizona going straight north. So what a perfect place to have a farmer's market. Well, lo and behold, we know that this wonderful lady to my left, on her own initiative, has gone ahead and developed a fabulous market and has visions for the future. And so, Carrie, we want to congratulate you for all that you're doing. And how'd you get the name, and what's going on in there, and what's the future? Oh, you are something else.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, everything is team building, and everyone wants to be on a great team, and there's a lot of players here that have helped us. I'd like to make a special recognition to the CIM group who are up here. If you guys would say hello. Doak's hiding in the back. And Seth Shore originally came to me and he said he has a vision for CIM and for downtown. And he said he would like to see a great community market, like a Grand Central or a Central Market. And I love the vision because, but one of the first things I said to him is there's no money in farmers markets, and we need your support. And so for 5 years, the CIM group, Seth, and under the helm of the CIM management and partnerships, and Bill Doak have been supporting us. And I'd like to bring our farmers up. Will all the vendors that are here please come up over here and say hello to our community? Back, you guys hiding in the back, Rosalind and Lauren, the farmers, come on. Roman is a downtown farmers market, Las Vegas farmers. Chris Gervasi, if you come to the downtown farmers market, you'll see the RTC building. Nicole, get up here, please. You'll see the RTC building has a edible garden. We have a chicken coop in there where we get all of our eggs. And we have, we've just spruced it up even more. So if come down, and we've got a great cafe, and starting with Janet and Dawn Knight, who have a ranch up in Ann. We have real pasture-raised eggs. This food that you're going to have down here, I sell to the top chefs here on the Strip. It's all organic. We source from over 150 farms, and there's 25 to 30 farmers, local farmers, who are present at our market with their eggs. We have hand-leavened 24-hour baked breads. Dawn and Janet here have peach trees, plum trees, irises, chickens, and these people are a resource for all of us. It's hard to grow in the desert. It's hard to grow in Las Vegas. We have extreme conditions at times, and these people know, and they are a wealth of information. We have classes there. We help soup kitchens there. Rosalind, 35 years as the Liberty High School principal, left her job, trained at Cornell, and became an herbal scientist and healer, has been instrumental in healing all kinds of people. Aromatherapy. Lauren has been Lauren and our management team here has tirelessly worked for very little money, and we've helped thousands of people who have come through. We're also an incubator for small businesses, for entrepreneurs here in Las Vegas who have an idea. We help them through the health department permit. Jeff Fine has given us the commissary kitchen. The CIM group lets us use their kitchen because they're our sponsors, so that these vendors can bring these incredible products to market. We have hand-baked bread that comes in every single morning that has been leavened and sourdough started over 24 hours. You can only find this in high-end markets in San Francisco. Sonia was a starting chef with Jean-Georges in New York. She does Rooster Boy granola. She's a local business. Her son is active, a great football player at Faith Lutheran. Roman is a grower here in Las Vegas. You should see his fields right in his backyard. Arugula and lettuces, and they bring it all down. And I said to Bill Arnett, he's a tomato guy up there in the corner, Bill, we have your tomatoes covered, Arnett. And then we have a representation from Pahrump, from Moapa, from Sandy Valley. Some of them couldn't come today, but they're here with us in spirit. We have Lindy, come forward. She will sell you chickens for your roasting chickens, your turkeys, lamb. She does beets and chard and tomatoes and has greenhouses and works tirelessly. You do take a day off, though, right, Lindy? Like today. And Stuart, our market manager, he helps us sell to chefs and take the leftover produce to the soup kitchen. We're starting at Grace Episcopal. And then this couple here take care of that building and have avocado trees. They can help you with your own gardens. Avocado trees, mangoes, and aromatherapy by Nicole and Chloe, right? Chloe's Garden. And there's way more who couldn't be here today because of financial. So I'm done. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone for supporting us. We have a food market vision coming so that we'll be able to take it even further with CIM as our partners in the city, and we thank you very much for everything.
As a matter of fact, I lied. I did call Betsy Fretwell, but she said it was Seth Shore. And I said, I've known this man since he was a little boy. And I called you Seth. And I said, don't tear down that building. And here we are. It's so exciting. We thank you. But Carrie, you have been the instrument that's pulled this all together. You are simply phenomenal. And your reputation is such that we are declaring April 19th, 2017, downtown Farmers Market Day in the city of Las Vegas. So we give this to you. We are so proud and grateful. And so, you know, most importantly, for those of you who are watching, and of course this repeats, Carrie, the hours?
Oh, yes. Fridays, 9 to 2. I'm talking with Bill Doak and Seth about putting a market on Saturdays on the street. We're going to do our first one coming up. And then hopefully we'll be opening Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays so that for the weekends we can. Now that the construction is done and we're going into a new level, so we'll be kicking that off soon. 9 to 2 Fridays. Jewelry, handmade, thank you, and scarves, and honey. Oh yeah, our honey guy we've got tremendous honey for the Las Vegas Valley allergies and bee pollen, and we have so much. We have egg sandwiches, and we have Jamaican. He made it. We made it. Our Jamaican made it. Jerk chicken. Good timing, Colin. Good timing. It must be island time.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Carrie, for you and your team. Take it with you. We are proud. Go shopping, everybody. Have a wonderful time. We're thrilled. And just remember, Fridays and hopefully one day soon, Saturdays and Sundays. It's great. Your food, your produce, everything. And the people that work there, they are so representative of this community, so kind and generous, thoughtful, and just makes the whole shopping experience so pleasant. You're the best. Thank you so much. Okay, for our final item, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor.
There you are.
Thank you. I love the farmers market. I love that. I've had an opportunity to stop by there on several occasions and take advantage of all of the fresh produce. So thank you all for what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor of really recognizing some young people here today. And in particular, the advisors and the coaches of All-American Football League. If you'll please come forward, I want you all to come forward. Come forward while I recognize you. James Silva and Officer Troy Shepard, I'm pretty sure you're here as well, so come on down. Let's give them a round of applause as they come. Mayor and Council, specifically, as we are so proud and honored to have the Las Vegas Raiders coming to the Las Vegas Valley, the National Football League really would be nothing without youth sports, right? Because if it weren't for the youth, the NFL wouldn't have players. And so for that, I'm really honored and have the pleasure of working with such wonderful leaders in the community, specifically in the world of athletics. The All-American Youth Football League provides elite-level football camps that help build a student athlete, sharpen skills athletically and academically, while instilling character, teamwork, respect for each other, and respect for oneself, to enhance a student's commitment to responsibility, family values, and education, while promoting and training the athlete to advance to the collegiate level. This program is successful with the help of our mentors, coaches, staff, family, and community support, as you see here standing today. Who are they? Well, they are a group of passionate individuals and coaches who care about our future leaders. They are dedicated to providing student athletes with positive mentoring and leadership, along with providing the necessary training and resources that they need to be successful. They believe every child should get a chance to attend college. Football is the vehicle they use to get the local athletes to the next level of education. They believe this camp will work and flourish because of our history to date. And so for that, I would like to ask that Mr. James Silva, who has been coaching over 17 years with youth football, high school, and professional athletes, and just to celebrate him just for a moment. In 2010, Mr. Silva was the National Youth Sports Coach of the Year. In 2011, he was the National Youth Sports Coach of the Year. 6 youth football championships, high school championships, 5 successful kid training camps with former NFL athletes, and over 17 years of experience mentoring athletes both in life and in sports. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. James Silva.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, City Council, thank you for having us today. We're really excited to be here. Troy and I, we first met 8 years ago. I coached his son, Tyree, and we had a great time coaching him up. And Troy and I got to talking 5 years ago that we should have a camp to bring kids out to teach them more skills and techniques. With the busy schedules that the coaches have, they just don't have enough time to really retract and get to the basics. And I'm a coach with just basics. You can have big playbooks. That doesn't really impress me. I'm all about technique and drills and just really executing the game the way it should be. So we brought the kids out on a small scale. Our first one was roughly, 50 kids? And Charles Clark was out there, the first one. And we had a successful event. We gave the kids T-shirts. We gave them medals. But the most important thing that we were driving at was after the kids ate and they had a good time and they got better because the drills and techniques we taught them, we had the opportunity to really focus on student athlete. And that's really what it's all about. Kids love football, and I drive off a passion. It's one thing that we have. When the kids have a passion, we have something to work with. Without that, it's kind of tough because they listen, but they don't really listen. But when they love football and we give them a fun day, then we can talk about, look, now you owe me a little favor. Okay, it's time to go home, take care of mom, don't beat up on the little brother and sister, okay? But pay attention in school. We need the good grades. You cannot play high school level unless you maintain a minimum of a C average. We want better, but that's the minimum, and that's coming from the dean. And he don't care about football, and he'll come right out in the field, and he'll get you. I've seen it. When I was coaching at Bishop Gorman in 03, I coached DeMarco Murray, and I went to Foothill after that, and we coached my oldest son at Foothill. I seen the dean come out, and he goes, you, and the guy go, who, me? And I said, yeah, you. And it's usually the best players. So we really want to get them while they're young, have fun, but yet really instill student athlete. That's my main thing, and we have fun. Because one thing is coaching, I always tell coaches, don't ever take the fun out of coaching. Because kids love this game, inspire them, keep the passion strong, and that helps mom on the back end, and it creates a role model for the family. And we keep pushing them through the kids camp. Then when they get to high school, we test them for the combines. So that's basically an athletic testing that college coaches can kind of get a rough overview of how talented an athlete is. And then at that point, we'll, as the help from all these great men here, we can kind of formulate what kids have the ability to play at the next level. Division I, Division II, Division III, even junior college. So we want to put as many kids' name right next to college as possible. And the beautiful thing we have is we take them from 6, they get to know us, they grow with us, and they believe in us, what we say. And then at high school level, boom, we say, look, we got training facilities downtown, Maximum Strength and Conditioning, Big Mac. Great facility downtown just opened up. They can come on a daily, weekly, get stronger, faster, quicker. We got one in Henderson, Van Hook. We're getting into the dieting part and teaching the kids how to eat better, because without the dieting, you are what you eat. It's kind of tough to move forward when you're eating a bunch of Taco Bell and McDonald's and all that every day. That's not good as well. So we're getting that part together too, and we are going to turn out more kids to college than ever seen before. Through the love of football, and eventually I really believe we can get into soccer and we can get into other sports too, because there's a lot of kids in the community that need us. And we're very, very strong. Look what I got here. Look at these former NFL and college guys. I even got a Hall of Fame coach, football coach, Hall of Famer. Kavoy right there, Kavoy Lachelle, Hall of Fame. So how do we go wrong? How do we go wrong with this kind of talent? These men see and share the vision that Troy and I have, and we work really well together. This is my brother from another mother, right here. Yeah, and nothing could be possible with all the support. My family, my wife Monica, she does all my administrative stuff, all the insurances, all the contracts, all the behind the scenes. My boys come out and participate. James, Chasen, and Brock. Her friend Julie comes out. Then my daughter-in-law Amanda. and my son's Maddie, his girlfriend. And then, of course, Troy's lovely wife and his family, his mother Terry, and his sister Darby. It's the team and family that I always preach. We all come together. So our motto is team and family. And, of course, our whole mission is kids to college. And I got 3 fine young men I want you to meet. You guys come up, please. Come on up. These young men here are the first generation All-Americans from the kids camp, now in the middle of the high school combine. And these are my first 3 college recruit kids. Give it up for Darnell, my son Brock, and his brother Ezekiel. These 3 boys are definitely going to college. What colleges, we don't know at a particular time, but they are definitely going to college. Because Coach Silvitz and Coach Troy, we're going to see it through. They're great students. They love the game of football, and they listen to us when we talk to them. Right, guys? But we're excited. So we got 3 today we know are going to college. I'm looking at maybe possibly 300 in the next couple of years. So thank you, City of Las Vegas, for supporting us. Coaches, thank you for coming out. It just shows our strength in numbers. We're growing every day. Well, let's see. Coach Siva at the end. We've known him for a couple of years now. He's coming out. Coach DeShaw there, I mentioned this semi-Hall of Famer. Charles Clark without me for the beginning. We got Mr. Victor Cohen here, former Cincinnati Bengal. And right here to the right, we got the Big Mac McKeaton right here. I apologize, a couple of names. We got Brandon Dombrowski, Chargers. And a couple of those gentlemen, if you want to help me.
Definitely help you out. Okay, so what you're looking at right here is definitely a team and family. This right here, our hearts, our passion is to get back to the community. That's what we're all about. We want to see these kids at this younger age and take them all the way through to college. You see what right here before you is just, it's incredible. We got guys all the way from the collegiate level to the professional level. We've been giving back since the last 5 years now. That's what we're all about. We really take pride in our community. As far as Councilman Barlow, sir, I've come up from the ranks. I'm a local. I'm a product of Las Vegas. Ward 5 is where I've been. That's where I raised. That. I went through all the ranks. So it means so much to me as far as what we're doing right now today with you. Thank you so much for that. But I speak from the heart, so you have to forgive me. I don't have a speech that just come off of a script. So again, to continue.
One second, I'm going to do this myself. I'm sick of this. Okay, you're going to announce who you are, what your background is, and that's the way we're going to do it. And you are, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Coach Charlie Siva, originally from Seattle, Washington. I've been here about 18 years. I taught and I coach high school football here. Little League for about 7 years or so. And also, I'm involved right now with the All-American and also Little League. They want me back in high school, but we'll see where God leads me. Thank you.
Great. Next.
Coach Chris Rivers. I've been out here since the late 90s. Been with Troy since the beginning. Me and Troy work together. I currently now coach high school football at Del Sol High School at the varsity level. Excellent. So I greatly appreciate Troy and James bringing me out here and being with these guys from the beginning. I was one of the ones when there was only 50 kids out there.
My name is Coach Kavoy LaShaw. I am inducted into Minor League Football News Hall of Fame in 2007. I'm currently a defensive coordinator at Clark High School. I've been here with Coach Siva and Troy for quite some time. I appreciate all the efforts that they are putting into the community and with the kids, and it's been a wonderful ride, and I will continue to look forward, and I want to see you too as well, man. Yeah, we'll put you on the spot.
I'm Javon Mingo. I've played 6 years of minor league football here in Las Vegas and Henderson. I've been out since the second All-American Youth Combine, and I just love being active in the community as well.
Good morning. My name is Charles Clark. As Coach Silva said, well, I was with him for one of the first camps. Troy invited me and said, Charles, you come out and give back what you have learned and gathered when you was growing up. Formerly, I went to Ohio State University, got a chance to play with the New England Patriots back in the 90s. And I came out here and gave what was given to me, giving back to the communities what I feel is great. Without this, we don't have our leaders tomorrow. And it was Little League football that got me where I am right now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Victor Cohen from the Chicagoland area. NFL alumni from Cincinnati Bengals, and I just formally founded my own nonprofit organization which specializes in childhood obesity and juvenile diabetes. And so with personal tragedy, it gives me pleasure to give back to the community where I'm not from. And it's a pleasure to work with Troy and James and Councilman. Nice to meet you, and good to see Mayor again. It gives me a pleasure to give back to these kids because when I was growing up, I didn't have the opportunity. So now I have the opportunity to give back in a major way. Thank you.
They call me Coach Big Mac Smith, former NFL alum as well, played with the Raiders and the Cardinals. Also a semi-pro Hall of Famer, inducted in 2005 as a player. I own a strict conditioning facility here in town, actually downtown, right up the street on First and Gas, 721 South 1st Street. Probably over the last, I've been here since 2002, probably trained about 45 Division I and below college athletes. So I've been with Troy and Jimmy since the beginning as well, and I actually have my sons work with them as well. So it's been a pleasure. It's what I do. It's what I live for. Is to coach kids and give them the opportunity that a lot of us didn't have growing up.
Jarvis Alexander. I am been working with Troy and Ms. Silvas for about 4 years now, I guess, and just enjoy giving back to the community. I relocated here from Georgia, and it's bittersweet getting an opportunity to go back home in my career field. So I'll be visiting with these guys and getting back out with the kids whenever I can.
I'm Zach McCoy. I was actually born and raised here in Las Vegas. I currently work for the city of Las Vegas for the Department of Public Safety, so go us. I wasn't big time like all these guys, but I did play college football at Southern Utah University and UNLV. And don't coach. I used to coach high school football at Centennial, and I don't coach anymore, but I do still love helping out with these camps. So can't thank Troy and James enough.
Brandon Dabrowski. Grew up out here. Closer. Grew up out here, graduated from Green Valley High School, went to San Diego State, then played for the Chargers, came back, got a job at the jail for the city of Las Vegas, and just enjoy helping out and teaching kids some football.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
My name is Brad Overand, originally from Yakima, Washington. I went to UNLV, walked onto the football team, earned a scholarship, graduated 2013. We did have a winning season. We beat Reno, went to a bowl game, didn't win the bowl game, but the cannon was red my senior year, so I can say that. Been helping out here for 2 years now. It's a pleasure with all you guys, and originally being from Washington, developing a sense of community out here. Currently work at Van Hook Sports Performance, strength conditioning, also personal training, so not just athletes. But just really love helping out, volunteer at Green Valley, and Brian Van Hook is the owner. Got to mention him. He was going to be here today but had a blowout on the 95, so he couldn't make it, so it's just me. But anyways, I just really appreciate the opportunity to coach, and it's a big role in this city. It's really underappreciated across the board, and a bunch of passionate individuals really brings a strong message. I really appreciate it. Go Rep.
My name is Jeff Belcher. I've been volunteering with the camp since I think about their second camp. Just have a passion for football and love working with the talent. There's a lot of talent out here, so have a really means a lot to me to be able to work with them and have the opportunity to come back and give a little bit to the community. So thank you.
Real quick, so you see we have a very enormous amount of talent here that loves to give back to the community, and all these guys have a solid heart. To actually throw a pitch out there too, as far as our company, we are a 501c3 nonprofit. So if you go to the website of aayfl.net or aafc.net, please, donations. We work with a lot of companies here in town. We just signed out Nevada Partners. Thank you so much. We look forward to doing events for you guys as well, too. So we're very involved with community boards and girls clubs, City of Las Vegas community centers. That's what we're all about. So if you want to please donate, great. If you want to come out as a volunteer, please. Any former athletes out there, you got solid hearts, we're here for you. Okay, so just want to plug that, and I'm going to pass the microphone back off. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. So, Mr. Silva, on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council, we would like to present this certificate of accommodation to the All-American Football Combines, and congratulating you so very much for your leadership in the community. And we also have here certificates for the students as well as all of the coaches from the mayor and Las Vegas City Council as well, thanking you all for your leadership, not only as youngsters playing the game, but also playing at the highest level in the NFL, and for your continued support giving back to the community, because as we all very well know, it is up to us to make sure that we leave this community, and specifically our young people, in a better place than what we found them. So thank you so very much for your leadership. Thank you.
Can I say one last thing? Oh, okay, I just want to say one last thing to close it out. City of Las Vegas, thank you for acknowledging us. We've been in for 5 years now, and I felt we just really getting started. With the Raiders coming, the Rebels are going to benefit from that. We've got the #1 high school in the country 3 years in a row. When the Raiders hit this town, the kids are going to want to play more football, flag, tackle. So we really got to get bigger and stronger so we can accompany all the kids that want to play, so we can impact their lives and start pushing them toward understanding what the college world's all about, so we can prepare them, get mom involved and dad, so we can really all team up and get junior very informed and get ready to train harder, get faster, get stronger, and mostly hit those books. So we're ready to go. We're really excited. This is what we need to get more momentum. I'm very, very happy today. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for all for showing up. We couldn't do it without you. I can't wait for our next one. Family, we're all about team and family, right? That's what we thrive on. And one last comment I like to say is our motto is, our children are the embodiment of the American dream. Thank you very much. Thank you.
One last thing, just to piggyback off of that, we actually have awards on behalf of All-American Football Camps. One for Councilman Barlow. Thank you so much for your support and everything you've done. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And we also have one for our lovely mayor. So I appreciate it. So thank you so much. I appreciate everything you've done for us. So
I want to say one more thing.
okay, I can. Not a problem. We also to also encourage the team and family. We also have shirts for all the city council members as well too.
Okay.
So cool.
Everyone, come close.
So while we're doing this too, you know, little people grow up and some go into service in our community, and we have a huge veterans support here. And this handsome fellow on my right, I'm not allowed to say that, I'm passing over you, getting the support for Veterans Village.
Oh, yeah.
Say a little something on that while we're having our picture taken. Where'd you go, Shane?
Go ahead.
Well, my father's a Vietnam veteran, and I'm actually holding a charity dinner fundraiser for the disabled veterans and those who are dealing with PTSD on behalf of my father. So that'll be taking place on May 11th, 2017.
And what you have done for our veterans, it's awesome, and we're so grateful. I mean, these aren't only wonderful athletes and caring people that are doing something for our young people and sports and everything else, but they do so many more things. It's wonderful. We're just thrilled. Oh, see. Oh, look at this.
I love giving T-shirts out.
Okay, here.
No, I just, like I was preaching on earlier, we are a team and family here, and with the city council and all the support we've gotten from every group within the city council, all the way down, you know, from, of course, Barlow's office, love it, his support staff, thank you so much, up to Tanya and Joe Mitchell, love you guys. But we also have T-shirts for all city council members as a show of support, and thank you for
Brought a
everything.
couple extras, so other than the list we have here,
We will make it fast. We're going to give them the shirts, and I'm sure you guys like to move on, so appreciate you.
We need an extra large for Steve Ross. You could have a medium or small.
Double X. I'll take it. You want 2X?
Okay.
Certainly don't take small.
We are thanking you all very much as we're giving out the clothing here. And thank you. We've had pictures. Now, remember, you can see this again and again because the city council repeats on those days I mention every week, whatever they are. So it's great. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. So again, May 11th. Wonderful.
Can I say one more thing? Just want to introduce you guys my new website. It is the VictorBCohenFoundation.com. And for those who are interested, you know, we are accepting donations through the website. And it basically tells us tell you guys what we're doing with the kids who are dealing with these two issues with obesity and diabetes, which is, we know it's a global epidemic. So please go to my website. Feel free for some feedback, which is the VictorBCohenFoundation.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break. So I show it's 25 of. Well, actually, we'll give them to quarter of so we can turn everything back and make sure we're up to speed. Thank you, and congratulations. Okay, we're back. So we are on agenda item number 10. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items, and if anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the timer at 1 minute, please.
Hello, Council. Once again, my name is Tomei Lawrence Holdup. I, again, have been here coming from North Las Vegas to county and also to city for over a 5-year period. I am seeking now, because the U.S. Constitution has not been representative of the way that my rights as an actual born, as a Christian disciple, African-American male who's disabled. So I'm seeking to go before U.S. Congress. Even talking to Dina Titus as far as her staff, not her in particularly, I want to be able to have the opportunity to talk directly to Congress about being martial law, about being Jim Crow law, about not getting the actual constitutional rights of the Fifth Amendment, 14th Amendment, and it has not happened. None of the council wants to take me serious. I've been in poverty for over 5 years since I've been racially profiled. These are serious and serious issues that need to be dealt with police reports, as I said, racial profiling, Jim Crow, and etc. No one wants to seem to take me serious because it's me speaking. So,
Well, we appreciate your coming forward, and so much of this is federal information, which is why I had said before about talking with the Congresswoman and others in our federal government as our representatives. So perhaps afterwards we can chat.
being you?
No, yes, I will come or ask someone to please speak to you. So I don't know if I have anybody from my office that's here.
Yeah, I would love that, Madam Goodman. No disrespect whatsoever. I'm just saying that for over 5 years, I'm not looking to be, on television. This is not a prerequisite to just be some.
No, I mean, we appreciate you're very much in earnest, and it is getting to you, to the right people at the right level.
Right.
And that is not this body. We
Right.
need somebody
Well, you took
at
an
the
oath,
federal
though, right,
level.
madam?
So these are higher up. This is federal. So.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to
Okay,
you.
well,
I think
your
sometimes when
time's up at this point, so let us go on with the business of the
no problem. I
day.
was just going to say,
And thank you for coming
I
down and
went to
speaking.
Federal Trade Commission and put in an identity theft with them already, and they still haven't arrested the woman that stole my arbitration. That's
Okay, I
U.S.
just wish I
Congress,
had
that's-
one of the representatives of our offices here, but I don't see anybody.
Nobody
So,
seems
do
to
you see
want to
anybody?
continue to, like,
You
the
see anybody?
Constitution doesn't mean anything to everyone. So that's the whole problem that continuously happens over and over again. I shouldn't be in poverty because
Maybe
somebody
Ms.
else is stealing.
Skousen, could I trouble you to chat with him and help him, direct him to the proper federal representatives? Because these are very important issues that we're concerned, but we can't do anything. So he
why
needs
do you
to,
feel
so
you
if you
can't?
would.
Why do you feel you can't do anything when you swore it under oath as
beyond
far as
us.
the United States Constitution?
That we do everything we can, but the reality is you need to be where somebody can affect change for you.
Madam
So-
Mayor,
Yes,
if I
please.
just might say
Madam.
something, as someone who has known individuals in your situation, I will tell you that the problem is we don't have the authority on this level to fight the issues of the constitutionality. We don't have bearing. Who has bearing are the people who hold higher office. I think that's what she's trying to say.
All I'm asking for, Ms.
We support the Constitution, and we're supposed to guard it on the areas that are under our authorization.
Amen.
But see, we can't reach as high as you, and
Right.
I know it's frustrating because, as I say, I've been involved
Right.
with people that we fought
Right.
these things. But I think you have to do as she said, because we had to, in our cases, go on the federal level. And
I'm
have
thankful,
Thank
and
you,
I'm
Ms.
very-
Skousen, if you can, and
Mr.
let's
Arcanian,
go on,
I'm
because we
very
have other people as well. Please, okay, yes, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, our next gentleman, we have Michael Garwood And Michael, if you'd come forward to the microphone, appreciate it. Thank you. No, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and everybody. Just a brief note here. Yeah, I would just like to ask that you folks could do a favor for all of us people who are kind of at the lower end of the economic scale here and set up a way for people to work off through community service their outstanding parking fines and tickets instead of pay cash, which is scarce these days. I'm one of those people that never quite recovered from the last recession. Always, looking for some kind of job and, find part-time this and part-time that. That's, not asking for much, just a chance to work off the fine. It might cost the city a little bit of money, but you folks that know how to do that. Just whatever you have to do to change the system a little bit, set up something like that, and I'm just, humbly asking that as a small favor.
If you will give your name and how to contact you to our city clerk up front here, we will put you in touch with our parking fine department and see if there's anything that can be arranged there.
Yeah, I've met them. They say they don't have a system for that, so we would be asking you folks to go a little bit out of your way in setting up a system. I got plenty of spare time. I just work a couple part-time jobs and scrape by on those. So.
Okay. Thank you for coming down.
All right,
Appreciate
thanks.
it. Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Do we have another card there? Oh. All right. We will move on to agenda item 11. For possible action, items the city council, staff, and or applicant. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all right, dear. Madam Mayor.
Hi.
Madam Sir Pro Tem Ross. My name is Patricia Booth. My mother is Frances Booth. Her and my father I have been here 17 years, and my dad passed 2 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
2 years ago, I had a very serious incident with a public employee. I was battered by him, and when I tried to take care of it, I was pushed aside. My name has been smeared, slandered, and I'm here because it needs to be corrected. My mother is a very sick woman, and when I called for the ambulance, fire and rescue to come to my home, they now send Metro first. And then it takes a very long time because Metro is not always available. So what I've done, I have written the incident up for the city council, for the commissioner, for the DA, and the sheriff, and the undersheriff.
Ma'am, where do you live in, where, do you know which ward council?
Yes, I am in
Ward
Mr.
6?
Ross's ward.
Okay, what I'm going
Thank you,
to
dear.
ask, we will give this information, the first stop on all of this would be councilman for your ward. So hopefully we will follow up if it's Ward 6. What are the cross streets in?
Farm and Durango.
Oh, you are definitely Ward 6. I know Farm. Oh, and you have those for the county commission.
Yes, she told me that you guys could give them to the commission for me because I'm not sure when the commission meets, so I could give them to them personally. So I was told that I could give them all to you
Christine here
and you
will
could get
help
them.
you. And
thank you, dear heart.
And so perhaps too, through Christine, you can make an appointment and then we can see what can be done to help you with that.
I
But
appreciate
thank you.
it.
Thank
Thank you,
you very
Council.
much. Anyone else wishing to comment? Okay, agenda item 11, items that the council staff and our applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilman Anthony has requested that agenda item 35, abeyance item
Thank you.
regarding the installation of speed cushions on Button Willow Drive between Sun City Boulevard and High Range Drive be stricken from the agenda. That would be my motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's a motion to strike agenda item 35. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Move on to agenda item 12. Possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the March 15, 2017 regular city council meeting.
Make a motion to approve those minutes, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve those minutes. Please vote and please post. Mayor Pro Tem, vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Please. God,
thank
listen
you.
to me giving an order. I don't do that. I always say please. Motion carries. Okay, agenda items 13 through 48. On the consent agenda, considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Note on the record should reflect my abstentions on agenda items 16 and 17 because they pertain to medical marijuana-related business, and one of my sons is involved in that industry. I'll be voting on the other items, and are there any items council wishes to bring forward?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to pull agenda item 48 forward off the consent agenda item. Consent
Okay.
agenda.
Anything else, council, you want brought forward? We are
Said
bringing
48.
forward number 48, and of course, we've stricken 35. And so on the rest, let's have a motion
would
to approve those,
Move
please.
to approve the rest of the agenda items 13 through 47. That's my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Now on agenda item 48, R19-2017 for possible action to approve resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of an amended or restated interlocal agreement by and between the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, the city, a political subdivision in the state of Nevada, and City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency concerning the restructuring tax increment revenue subordinate lien bonds in the amount of $14,275,260. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. It's an item related to RDA item 6, RA-4-2017. Good morning again.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Item 48 would approve the refinancing of the
And
2000...
if you'll address your name again, I'm sorry each time.
Gary Ameling, Chief
Thank
Financial Officer.
Thank you.
Item 48 would approve the refinancing of the 2011 tax increment subordinate lien bonds. In order to align the city resolution before you with this item with the action that you took earlier this morning with the redevelopment agency, we recommend that it be amended to remove the $1.2 million interest rate credit, which will then therefore increase the annual principal and interest payments accordingly, as the action was you took in the redevelopment agency action this morning.
Thank you very much, and that is as amended. Great.
I'll make that motion, Your Honor, to
Yes,
approve agenda
please.
item 48 as amended.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 48 is amended. Thank you, Mr. Ameling. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Okay, and we will go on to administrative. Report by city staff on the status of the city's life cycle infrastructure asset management and maintenance costs for roadways, storm drains, sanitary sewers, buildings, parks, and fleet. This is in reference to all wards.
Good picture.
Good morning. Boy, is that powerful. Is that Ward 6? Looks like my neighborhood.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. My name is David Bowers, Director of Public Works.
Jerry Walker, Director of Operations and Maintenance.
Good morning.
And we're here this morning to give you a presentation and update on the major maintenance requirements of the city. There's basically 6 broad asset categories. The first one being roadways, and that includes everything from arterial roadways to residential streets. Operations and maintenance is basically responsible for everything on the surface, and then TIFO, our traffic engineering field operations, is responsible for signs, markings, traffic signals, and then, that basically covers that. The next one, storm drain systems, is there's 2 types. There's regional system and a local system. Regional flood control district actually helps us take care of the capital funding and maintenance of the regional system, while the local system is a city responsibility.
Madam Mayor, could I just ask a question before he moves on? For example, I don't understand when it's a staff rating A, going back to arterial roadway, I don't understand ASCE US colon.
If I could, Councilwoman, on slide 3, I will walk you through all of those details on how that's set up. Jerry Walker, Operations and Maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
He's starting with that top one, see? That
Okay.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's doing the broad asset categories.
So we're on the
First.
second slide right
Okay.
now. Correct.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, and then the next area of major concern is sanitation system, and obviously that's the collection system that takes the sanitation down to the water pollution control facility. Next, we have the buildings. Those are all city facilities, from the employee buildings, fire stations, the community centers, the detention facilities. There's a wide range there. Our parks, and then finally the vehicular concerns with the fleet.
Okay, here we are.
Jerry Walker, Operations and Maintenance. I'm going to take just a second and walk you through slide 3. We're trying to give you an overview of very large categories, and so I'm trying to give you some general information for your digestion. Arterial roadway pavements are those 80 foot and greater, and so this covers a broad category of roadways, all different components, different geographic considerations, different cost. We have 317 miles of those. We've assumed an estimated unit value, and we calculate a remove and replace cost to that network of $1.4 billion. Now, those roadways, normally roadways are good for 20 years. In this valley, we have some very favorable age and environmental considerations, and so our arterial roadways will last 30 years plus or minus 5. If we assume a 33% life cycle on a roadway, that's with no rehabilitation or preventative maintenance, then we would get a straight line depreciation of 3.3%. If I have a straight line depreciation of 3.3% of $1.4 billion, then that would yield a $46 million depreciation value. The next bullet we provided for you is staff rating of how we think this component is currently graded. That is based, it's very subjective, it's based on staff's input, and it's based upon current asset conditions, use applications, identified and funded future maintenance efforts, sufficiency of our database and maintenance efforts, and it's graded on a standard school system A through F. And so we believe arterial networks currently rate an A, and I'll go through why. With the new FRI 2, we are going to be in an expanded roadway maintenance program. And so on an annual basis for the next 10 years, we are going to spend $10 million a year on rehabilitation. That's basically our mill and overlay, our thin lift overlay projects. You've seen us do. Operations and Maintenance does those. In addition, Public Works will start out on the CIP program, and for the roadway pavement sections specifically, they'll be spending approximately $25 million a year in removal and replacement. The rehabilitation is very cost effective. We get a 3-to-1 rate of buyback on that, and so for every dollar we spend, we get $3 in value. If we have 10 million times 3, that's 30, plus the $25 million for dollar R&R, that's $55 million. If you subtract then the $46 million from that, we have an asset annual value change expected over the next 10 years of positive $9 million. And so in other words, we will be buying asset value back for 10 years at the rate of $9 million a year. Positive considerations is we have a fund stream. It is motor vehicle fuel tax that comes through the Regional Transportation Commission, accelerated for the next 10 years. Very positive age-related, very positive environment-related. No freeze-thaw, no heavy rains, deep groundwater, and so our roads last a good period. We have top-down failure rather than bottom-up, which is normally the case. You have very proficient and developed roadway rehab and CIP functions with proficient and experienced staff. We keep our pavements in a higher pavement quality index range. I'll show you that slide in just a second. And then your daily operations are very favorable. I think everybody's seen concerns in the roadway are addressed on a near immediate basis, especially storm response. You saw that a few weeks ago with the high winds that came through, illegal dumping, other activities. We stay on top of it. Street lights, things like that. Negative considerations, traffic, very high traffic roads. Downtown, we all know not all of our roads are an A. Most of the lower category roads are in the downtown area. They were older roads. Some of those we inherited. Base conditions are very difficult down here, and so that's where our current future expenses lie. Jurisdictions, it's hard to know which jurisdiction you're in. Even in our jurisdiction, it's hard to know you're on our roadway, and so there's some confusion on that. We have a lot of third parties in our roadway, contractors, utilities, developers. Their work's generally pretty good, but it's still a construction activity. It still impacts the roadway. Curb and gutter, since we're so proactive on rehabilitation, curb and gutter suffers some dings and cracks, and we fix it when it's broken, not when it's dinged. And then open grade and old construction methodology, which we no longer allow in the city of Las Vegas, which we still have to address periodically. And then we're getting huge increases in illegal dumping.
And Mayor, just to address the councilman's question about the acronym ASCE, that's American Society of Civil Engineers. And you'll see back on that slide, there's a reference to the national and the Nevada ratings. And then, Jerry, if you want to expand on those.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I missed over that, skipped over it. American Society for Civil Engineers does annual and state ratings, or does periodic state and annual ratings. They rate it on a slightly different set of criteria, and so ours shouldn't be directly compared with those. But as a general category, they rate nationwide and statewide various component systems, and roadways in general in the United States they give a D, and in Nevada they give a C-.
And are you looking to the future for the trade-off of city-sustained roadways versus NDOT in that hopeful trade-offs or not?
Yes, we're still pursuing that, and it's moving along pretty well, actually. So we expect within the next 6 months we'll have a little firmer decision and finalization of that agreement.
I'm talking Summerlin Parkway, we're talking Charleston,
Correct.
and our half of Sahara?
I'm sorry? Oh, yes, correct, because the county's on the opposite side, right? So, and they're agreeing to this exchange as well, so we don't expect to have any problems with that.
And those currently are all maintained, at least the roadway part by NDOT,
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The next slide, and on the left, is a pavement quality index curve, and so that's a normal depreciation curve for an asphalt roadway. You can see it's not linear, and so there are concerns with linear straight line depreciation. However, our roadways are a variety of ages, and so that model works reasonably well for our roadways since we have a mix of ages. That curve, roads will generally stay in pretty good condition until they get out about midlife or a little further, and then they will start to fail in an accelerated manner, and then they will hit a very poor condition, and you can sustain them in that process. What we're doing right now in our arterial roadways with the rehab program is we're catching those at about 75% through the life, 60 to 80, and we are doing rehabilitation, and we are capturing the salvage value of the base and the grading and the bottom half of the asphalt. So that's why we get such good buyback on our rehabilitation. The second slide that you see there is a map of City of Las Vegas streets. That is a 10-year map of what projects are coming up. The blue will be the street rehab projects. The red will be the CIP projects. As you can see, the red is concentrated in the downtown area where we have failing roadways. The blues are across the valley. And if you look at that map, and I didn't get it on here, but if you look at what we've done in the last 10 years, almost all of our arterial roadways are on the past 10 years or this future 10 years. And so we're doing very well on arterial roadways. Residential road pavement. We have 1,047 miles. Use a unit-based cost on that. That rates to $1.3 billion in remove and replace value. Those roads are going to last 40 years plus or minus. That yields a 2.5% straight line depreciation, which yields $46 million a year in depreciation. We rate those a B+. Again, nationwide, ASCE has roads as a D, and Nevada as a C-. We get a straight funding from motor vehicle fuel tax from the state. 25 years ago, that program was put towards the slurry seal program as you know it. That is a four-component residential roadway maintenance program consisting of curb and gutter drainage improvements, crack seal, large AC replacement, and slurry seal. And it's been very effective for us in arresting deterioration on our residential roadways and maintaining those roadways on the same CPI curve in the middle to upper half of the curves. We did reduce that. We had it on a 7-year cycle. In 2013, I directed staff to reduce that to a 10-year cycle. I did so because we needed the $2 million for some other issues. And so we'll save about $2 million a year on that. I've been banking some money, and I'm going to show you where I'm going to spend that a little further on. We are aging these roads out. There is a large system to them. We are buying back value, but we're not buying it back commensurate to how I think they're aging out. And so we are having some asset value change, and the red negative shows a negative $14 million assessment.
Mr. Walker, if I might, how many people do you employ? does the city employ in the roadway area? Repair, maintenance?
In the roadway area, it's roadway and storm drain, and I have approximately 50 people.
Wow. And looks to increase that number as you're taking in more and more in the future?
Well, operationally, we're in pretty good shape. We've got 4 more people coming on in this fiscal year budget, and so we do want to stay in front of it. Illegal dumping, encampment, graffiti, other issues like that are raising our demands. We're growing, and so we want to keep pace. We want to make sure that operationally we stay on top of things. We also have, and I forgot, a 24-unit sweeper fleet. Your streets are very, very clean.
Yes, they are. Thank you very much.
Positive considerations, again, we've got a direct cash flow from motor vehicle fuel tax. Again, age and environment are our benefit. This is a 25-year program. It's established, it's in place, it's developed. HOAs now take a large part of our new private residential streets are now private and HOA responsibility. We hold those pavements in the mid to high pavement quality index. Operations are very high. I'm going to show you a survey satisfaction in just a minute. We get a very high survey response on slurry seal program. Negative considerations are as before. Third parties, we have some older roads, we have some jurisdictional issues. We do have a couple of holes in this program. We do not have an R&R program, nor do we have a fund reallocation to future R&R, and so we'll be able to maintain these roads for a long time, but 20 years or so in the future, we're going to have to start reconstructing roads in some of the older neighborhoods. Attached following that on the left is a slurry seal map. And so we've got the city divided into about 80 maintenance districts, and we're going through, on a 10-year basis, we hit about 8 maintenance districts a year. The next graph is from spring 26 on our slurry seal survey. We send letters out to random locations within the wards that we go to. And so we get about a 30% response rate. Those are hard copy letters since we don't have email addresses. We look those up on the assessor page for the mailing addresses. The 30% is a high response rate, and as you can see, the gray is highly satisfied, the orange is neutral, and the blue is dissatisfied. And so this is a very well-liked program for the slurry seal. Sidewalks, this is my personal priority number 1 concern. This will be the operations and maintenance key performance indicator next year. We have an estimated 2,000 miles of sidewalk. We believe that value, removal and reconstruction, to be in the $500 million range. Sidewalk lasts a long time. However, it is subject to thermal displacement. It's subject to root displacement. Councilman? I'm sorry.
I think
so
that
it's
was
subject
for
to
Mr.
root
Riggleman.
displacement. It's subject to people driving over it, parking in their yards. It'll break up. So we do have sidewalk failures. We have gradually improved our sidewalk program over the last 15 years. We're addressing approximately 600 locations a year now. On a straight line depreciation analysis, now this is not straight line. We're in the front part of this curve. It's more, fairly steady, and then you get out there and it drops. But if you go straight line, you're looking at $5 million a year in depreciation. We rate this a C+. We rate it as C+ because we've improved our efforts. We've got a variety of issues working to allow us to initiate a new program next year. And the money I moved over from the slurry seal program, of the $2 million, $1.5 million will go to this. And we're going to initiate an aggressive program in conjunction with our slurry seal program so that we have a proactive inspect and repair program in residential neighborhoods. We're also going to we started a few years ago constructing internal ramps with city crews. That's been very beneficial for us. We're going to take some of the $1.5 million and start constructing missing sidewalk ramps. Those ramps are cheap. They're $3,000 to $5,000 a ramp, and so that adds up pretty quickly. We will implement in calendar year 17. I will move into upcoming slurry districts, and I will address accessibility and usability issues in a defined manner and use up that $1.5 million as far as it'll go in conjunction with the roadway work. We do remediation. Cut and grind is a new technology or an advancing technology we found very cost effective now, so we cut and grind a lot of lifted panels. We get about a 2-to-1 rate of buyback on that. We're estimating a negative $2 million asset value change once the new program is implemented. Positive considerations, again, newer areas. We need to update Title 13. That's near completion. We've implemented these internal programs. We've moved over the motor vehicle fuel tax. We have now rehabilitation options, and the arterial roadway programs, which I showed you earlier, Those address sidewalk issues on arterial programs. Negative considerations, we do have some older sidewalk areas. Ramps are a big issue, restrictions, transition issues. We're a little bit lean staffing on contract administration, and we do have some accrued liabilities. These 4 items are things that we will work on this year to do a better job on. We consider these all things that need improvement on our part. Bridges, they're generally in new condition. NDOT gives us a biannual inspection. They're mandated to by federal requirements. I have all those inspections. We have about 100 bridges. Bridges also include all drainage structures, anything that a road spans, and so most of those aren't actually bridges. We will move some of the motor vehicle fuel tax over to this. We have about 1.4 million in repairs backlogged on those. And so another thing we will implement this year is a RFP for a contract to go out and address all those bridge issues. We'll do those over a 4 or 5 year basis. We have some issues, UPRR, jurisdictional issues on who owns what bridge. Roadway barriers, that was a minor item until we installed the new system on Summerlin Parkway. We did move some of the motor vehicle fuel tax over for that maintenance. That problem will be eliminated with the road transfer agreement. Trails, those just came in a very accelerated development. We have 2 guys that do nothing more than drive those trails on a daily basis, address the graffiti, pick up the trash, empty the trash cans. Maintenance is reasonably good, but we just don't have a developed program, hence the rating of a C. Plus we have encampment and vandalism concerns, and then those that are bike use require a much higher level of maintenance because a skiff of gravel is no problem if you're a pedestrian. It's a huge problem if you're on a bicycle cruising by at 30, 40 miles an hour. And so we think we need to do a little better on the trails. We will try and implement a program this year that's a little lower on our priority list. Alleys, they're old but functional. I don't have funding allocation for those. We've replaced those on an as-needed basis. Alleys are by and large in the bottom half of the PQI curves. For those, we would estimate a negative $3 million asset value change on an annual basis.
Thank you. Next are street lights and signals. As I mentioned, this is maintained by our traffic operations, and we basically have about $500 million in street lighting out there, along with parks lighting as well. There's $6.2 million in annual operating expenses and maintenance expenses. And then the signals are another $310 million with $4.7 million in annual operations expenses. Staff rates these at a B, B+. And we're very fortunate because at the same reason that Jerry's streets stay in good shape are the capital projects. Sometimes when they get older and bad, we have a chance to come in and do some major modifications, streetscapes that you've seen downtown. And it gives us a chance to redo an entire roadway and give it a whole new life. So very similar for lighting and traffic signals. Some positive considerations is that, it's still a relatively young system for both the lighting and the traffic signals. We have a higher workforce efficiencies. TIFO's managed to get together and do almost a 24/7 monitoring program out there, so they're quick to respond. And they also have now people that can do multiple things, so not just electricity, but they can also take care of the equipment as well. Some negative considerations is that it's a general fund requirement. And as you know, we're always trying to upgrade those. For instance, LED technology now, instead of a 1 or maybe a 2-year life on a bulb, is now 20, 25 years. So it's really helping us a lot in that area. Next one's roadway signs and markings, $22.5 million replacement value with $3.1 million in annual expenses. Staff currently rates these as a B+. And you can see the ASCE rating as a D, and then Nevada as a whole is C-. So as a city, we're still doing very good in these areas. Positive considerations is the internal production team. Once again, we got a great team out there. And then downtown, actually now we're being assisted through operations and maintenance, Jerry's team, where we're using epoxy-type materials, thermoplastic, that can be cleaned. And like I said, with Jerry's dedicated team down there, it's really created a new look for the downtown area. Negative considerations, obviously, is our climate. The direct sun, the heat that we get out here affects both the signs and the markings. And it heats up the asphalt, which causes additional oil tracking. So it's a big job, for this crew of 64 people out there to hit this full time. The storm drain system, as I mentioned, that's everything from the detention basin that catches the water off the mountains all the way down to the Las Vegas Wash into Lake Mead. We have $1.4 billion in assets out there, with a $2.8 million per year maintenance funding that comes from regional flood. As I mentioned, there's two types of system. There's the regional system and the local system. We're really in great shape with the regional system because of the quarter-cent sales tax, $100 million per year on average that the regional flood receives for the regional system. But we also have a very large local system that we have to maintain almost on our own dollar entirely. That regional flood control just does reach out a quarter mile from the regional system on the local system, but beyond that's our responsibility. And it requires constant cleaning, and we're looking at about a $3 million annual cost to keep that up to speed, as well as replace as needed. Some of the positive considerations, is the proactive installation and operations. Operations and maintenance does take care of the cleaning on that. We're relatively young in that area. Environmentally, we don't get a lot of rains. We don't have a lot of plant growth and different things that clog a lot of other areas, so we're very fortunate there. I mentioned the Regional Flood Control District funding for the support of that. It's been, they've been very good to work with. And for instance, the Carpenter fire the Carpenter 1 fire in 2013 and the ensuing storms thereafter, there was a major effort, millions of dollars, and they didn't hesitate to provide the funding for us to take care of that type of situation. Negative considerations, again, vandalism, trespass. It's a constant job for Jerry and his team to go out there and keep it clean, keep the homeless out of those areas and make sure they still function. The local system, as I mentioned, it's going to be an ongoing liability, but we expect it to be pretty consistent as long as we stay on it, every year and replace what needs to be replaced. And Jerry has already told me that similar to what we do in sanitation, we have an assessment program that goes out and evaluates the pipes. And so we know, we have a good feel for what the condition is, and we replace them when they're bad before, or fix them, because you can reline those as well, before they get too much worse.
Councilman Beers.
Thanks. The assessment group covers what percent of the storm sewer system per year? Or in other words, how many years does it take for the assessment process to cover 100% of the local portion?
I can answer that question. There was a recent assessment by RTC, or I'm sorry, Regional Flood Control. We initiated 2 years ago on the local system. We reallocated some money to that. That's a much smaller system, but it's still going to take us 10 years to get through that. And so we have started assessing the local system to see how bad circumstances are. We will ask for a program next year, $3 to $4 million a year in funding, so that we can start to address those in a manner to what I'm going to show you on the sanitary sewer collection lines.
Thank you. Please continue.
And this slide is just basically an outlay of what our system looks like. As you would expect, a lot of our large detention basins, over 500 acres in fact, are positioned primarily around the perimeter where the water is coming off the mountains. And then each entity is responsible for the tributary areas where the water is coming down off these areas and maintaining that facility all the way down to the Las Vegas Wash, including the Las Vegas Wash as well. As we know, we have a major project going on there right now. So it's a pretty straightforward system, but again, very, very complicated and very expensive. And then sanitary sewer, this is a small diameter. I'll let Jerry talk about that.
Thank you, David. The sanitary sewer is the 12-inch and smaller line. That's what takes the sewage from your house and through trunk lines and then gets to a larger conveyance line. Operations and maintenance takes responsibility for the collection system, and then in a minute Dave will tell you about the conveyance system. We have 1,569 miles using a unit-based value. We estimate about $1.3 billion in R&R asset value. It's hard to put a depreciation curve on this. The older stuff is a different material than the newer stuff, and they have distinctly different life cycles. But to try and put some sort of number to it, to use a 1% straight line would be $13 million a year in depreciation. We rate this a B+, though we do have some concerns here. In general, ASCE rates U.S. Sewers a D+, and Nevada a B. Our annual budget, we do a lot operationally, but for repair, Public Works initiated a very nice assessment program, I believe about 7 years ago now. And so they went out and they've got a contractor and they do video inspections, camera video inspections of every one of the 1,569 miles. It's a 15-year program. They're halfway through it. And to date, they started in the older areas, and to date, they've identified approximately $30 million in repair needs. We're addressing the immediate repair needs immediately, and then all the other repair needs we're either completing with in-house staff, or we initiated this $3 million annual contract. We're using a contractor for that. And so we are moving forward to address issues which had accumulated on us.
Hi, just a quick question here because I think it's an easy one. Huntridge Phase 6, the rehab of that road system in that neighborhood happened in 2011. It was when I was a brand new councilman, and I was really intrigued by it. It was a great lesson in how these roads work. And so when it was peeled back down into the dirt to get to the pipes, all the technicians, all the contractors, and city staff were amazed. That's only 22 inches below the roadway. No one knew how close to the road some of these pipes are. And of course, we all know, I think it's common sense, every truck, every car, everything creates a compression and creates a vibration on anything below it. So with the scoping system, it just occurred to me, can we tell exactly, in addition to that, can we tell exactly how far below the pavement the pipes are? Because that's a function, obviously, of wear and tear. It may look good through here, but you can't tell how brittle it is from the outside.
You're absolutely correct, Councilman. They should be 3 feet below grade, but standards have evolved over the years. And if you open the manhole, you'll see at the bottom of the manhole the elevation beneath the road, and so it doesn't even have to be on the camera. The camera will tell how far you've come out from the truck. But if you just open the manhole, you can check the invert straight from the street.
And just to add to that, Councilman, too, you know, you're correct with the current assessment. We are using GPS receivers to tie down the exact locations horizontally, but they do not have the availability to track it down vertically. So we're not able to pull that information from the assessment.
Since I represent that oldest part of town that you saw on that map earlier on in the presentation, it's just a horror story out of sight. But I'm glad it's out of sight. The trouble is we can't, you know, it's our responsibility to look at it while the citizen can just blissfully be unaware. Thank you.
And while you raise the subject, I'll go ahead and point out something I think we need to do, and that is in future programming. You saw I mentioned on the pavement that we do need to initiate R&R programs at some point in the future. Those future R&R programs need to be coincided with sewer line replacements. And those need to be joint projects as those neighborhoods, whether it be the pavement or the sewer, whichever one is in the worst condition and we need to move, they both need to be replaced together. And that's a program we need to give some consideration to. Again, the assessment program, kudos to Public Works. It's an excellent program. We have about $30 million in accumulated repairs, which I think I mentioned, so we're working on those. We do have very proactive operational maintenance. One thing I'll throw out, we clean our sewer lines on a 24-month basis, and so all City of Las Vegas conveyance lines or collection lines are set to be cleaned once every 24 months. If you don't do that, bad things happen, and so we don't get sewer overflows. Vector control issues are minimal. We stay on top of our lines to make sure they're clean and functional. It's a very proactive operational program. We do have some other issues. Again, I mentioned lack of R&R rehab programs. Those need to be married with pavement. Illegal discharge. We get a lot of illegal discharge, whether that's people opening a manhole or improper things being flushed down the drains. Lateral concerns come across periodically. We do everything we can to assist property owners in that situation, plus the lateral insurance program removed a lot of those concerns. Clean Water Act is a hot regulatory item, and so we'll constantly have new requirements placed on us at local, state, and federal levels. Last thing I'll mention is we have some easement locations. Another bad thing in the area, older area of town, is we have sewer lines in backyards, and now there are buildings over them and other things, and they're almost impossible to get to, and one of our biggest problems. And I'll turn back over to Dave for the sewer conveyance.
Thank you, Jerry. So the larger diameter, 12 inches and above, is our conveyance system, and that is currently maintained by Public Works, and we're doing it through consultants and contractors. The biggest thing about this is the assessment program, and it's really worked out well. We're basically doing a 5-year cycle on the large diameter, and we're about 1.5 cycles into it. And it's really paid back multiple times for us, because if you're able to catch some of these problems in advance, it might save you from going in, tearing up streets, and replacing the entire system. So it's a 205-mile system with a capital value of $400 million. Staff rates it as an A, and they know because they see the video of every pipe on a regular basis. ASCE Nevada is rated as a B, and that's understandable. There's some older communities across the state. We have an annual budget of $10 million for rehab. And just to mention that, both the small diameter, the large diameter, and the water pollution control facility are all financed through the same budget. That's the Sanitation Enterprise Fund. That's basically made up of everybody paying their sewer bill, their premiums. And right now it's in good shape. We've been working with finance on that to make sure. Current positive considerations is the assessment program, the rehab technology. So, and what we're doing now in many cases is if we see a line that's generally in worse condition, we're able to take a slip liner that's you're able to put through the entire pipe. Once it's heated, it basically turns into a structural rating that's equivalent to the original pipe, and it can last another additional 50 years. And they're not even sure what the life is going to be on these yet, but they expect it to be at least 50 years. Again, we also have a favorable environment for this type of conveyance. Our GS applications is make it simple for us to locate these when necessary. Topography is also very important here. We're not putting a bunch of pump stations in or anything else to get our flows down because our valley naturally slopes down. And then long-term planning. We feel like we're doing a good job of spending the money on an equal basis.
Mayor, I'm sorry, one more thing to highlight. You just went by it so fast that and there's no graphics to show. That stocking device that you put down the pipes so that we don't have to replace the whole pipe, but rather a liner is extraordinary. It really is something that I don't think 20, 30 years ago people understood could happen. You save us a ton of money.
It really is impressive. It's almost, if you think of like a large sock, because they're very pliable, they can put inside the pipe. They fill it full of water to get it pressed up against the walls, and then they use a steam to cure the material, and like I said, it's the same structural capacity as the original pipe.
You really, it's only a micron or two in terms of diminishing the diameter of the pipe, isn't it? It's extremely.
No, it's actually fairly thick. It's a half-inch plus because it contains resins, epoxies, as well as the fibrous material.
So you can probably only do that one time.
You might have additional capacity. It just depends on the flows that are expected in the pipe.
Okay, thanks.
Sure, thank you.
And Your Honor, if I may, that was my question that Councilman Coffin just edged up on. Can you do this treatment a second time in 50 years to the same pipe? Can you do this treatment forever, or is it eventually you end up with your diameters too small? What's the limiting factor?
That is a limiting factor. Is you have to have a capacity for what you're carrying, and then once you potentially fall below that, you have to remove the pipe and replace. And then hopefully that's done in conjunction with the roadway project, so you minimize the cost of asphalt and other things that might be associated with that.
And I have one more question, Your Honor,
Yes,
if I may.
please.
Looking at this little map, it sure looks like these conveyance lines run right through county islands. Can you describe how that's coordinated with the county?
There's actually been a significant amount of coordination with the county in the past. It's always been agreed that the city was providing sewer to these people, and there's a lot of history politically on this as well, as you're all aware. But basically, since our system is up in that area, the agreement was that we'd provide sanitary sewer to those people on an as-needed basis. So it's our system. We have agreements with them for maintenance and different things, but we maintain that system.
So we are maintaining the conveyance portions that run through the islands?
Yes, that's correct. Okay, thank you. So negative considerations, there's always some issues with third parties, as Jerry's mentioned previously, about illegal dumping, that type of thing. Limited odor issues that Jerry addresses on a regular basis. Again, topography, we do have one pump station, actually two, I'm sorry, that do require maintenance. So there are always some issues, that we try to work through. And then regulatory issues. There's always a concern, if there's an overflow or something like that, it can be very expensive for the city. But fortunately, we have a very good program in place where we're able to respond to those types of things. So finally, the water pollution control facility, that's a $500 million plus facility out there, continuing to get upgrades and improvements to bring it up, to the latest standards. We spend about $35 million annually on those maintenance and upgrades. Staff rates are at an A-, while in general across the state, these facilities are rated at a B. Positive considerations are, in the past 10 years, we've had significant upgrades to the facility, including changes to make it more of a anaerobic biological process, which takes less chemicals. There's been minimal growth in the treatment volumes, so that's another benefit out there. Excellent plant management. We've had a great team out there. I think most of you had a chance to visit it, but if you haven't, I'd highly recommend it. It's really an impressive facility. Negative considerations are really what's unknown about future environmental regulations. There's potential that they may require further treatment that we don't have in place now that could be very expensive. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jerry again.
Thank you, David. Facilities management, we have 150 facilities, 2.1 million square feet. We've based a value on that of $750 million. Those are a variety of ages, and so I can't really give you any depreciation estimates on this straight line. What we do have, though, is it's standard practice to spend 2% of your value annually on your operations and maintenance and capital replacements, and so that would put it about $15 million. Staff rating, we feel this is in pretty good condition. We rated a B+. It's not rated by ASCE. We have an operational budget we work with, and then we have CIP augmentation as needs arise. And so the maintenance model for this is to keep everything running and fix when needs arise. We have an estimated annual asset value change of -$2 million. That's a fairly rough estimate based on that industry standard. Positive considerations, very skilled internal staff, very skilled trades oriented. Facilities management does a good job on maintenance. They also have good operational management for contract activities. There's a lot of contract efforts on this. Along those lines, we get outstanding support from the Purchasing and Contracts Division and the Office of the City Attorney. Facility conditions are pretty good, and so, but we are in newer components. Negative considerations, we are lean staffing. They're down 13%, while our square footage is up 15%. And so the staff's been fairly lean. A capital fund for this may be appropriate. It is a smaller need and may be something we want to consider instead of as-needed CIP funding. And then we do have some issues with, this also includes real estate division. They have some issues with old contracts they're trying to manage, which have problems. Here's the city facility growth. It shows you where they came online, and so we are in fairly new conditions. I broke down Parks and Rec to two different categories. Parks and Grounds Maintenance. I thought sports fields and courts merited its own consideration. We strongly agree with what Parks and Recreation is doing with league play and tournament play, and we want to support it to our utmost ability. We have 88 different sports fields and courts. We value those at about $46 million. We put a $1.4 million depreciation estimate on that on an annual basis. We rated a B+. We are in pretty good condition. There is no specific annual capital allocation, but instead that's primarily addressed through the CIP process. And so again, our maintenance model here is run it until it needs repaired and then put it in for a CIP. So we're estimating on the basis of what we've been replacing annual negative accrual consideration of $500,000. Positive considerations, we have local demand, very highly desirable locations. Destination events, I'll just throw out this is the world's greatest place to visit, and so any reason we can get people here is a good thing for their benefit. We have varied and top-tier facilities, and of course our weather is outstanding, not including recent windstorms. Negative considerations, local demand. Everybody wants on our fields. We should probably consider capital funding programs to better regiment this, and it'd be incumbent upon operations and maintenance to put a proposal together. That it has been worked on. It is fairly well in progress. I think we just need to polish it up and submit it. We have a lot of improper activities in the parks. They are public parks. They're open to all, and so that yields some misuse. We also, the better we do, the more the expectations grow, and in some considerations, I think there may be unrealistic expectations on what we can provide.
Mr. Walker, on these fields, the artificial turf, what percentage of our fields are artificial, and what are the plans for the future? Are you looking to replace more and more into artificial?
The artificial turf, we have 32 of those.
Wow.
And so they cost $1 million a year, $1 million to construct. They cost $300,000 to relay the turf. That's on an 8-year cycle. And then they cost, I believe, $20,000 a year to maintain, or $10,000 a year to maintain. And so on an 8-year life cycle, the fields cost about $50,000 a year capital and maintenance. We need to take a look at what we spend on water and do a comparative analysis. It should be about a push. The grass turf with the water is very expensive. Right. The mowing, the pesticide, the fertilizer and other issues.
Right.
And so we do need to do a comparison of that, see how they compare. The artificial turf has the advantage of always being ready for play, whereas the grass turf is, I think, generally a more preferred surface.
I'd love to see something come back, and when you think it's appropriate, you have enough information as how they compare in those costs with the, constant reseeding and taking care of it, where AstroTurf is just simple. So
Certainly we'll
you.
try and put something
Great.
together.
Thanks.
Your Honor?
Yes, please,
If I could,
Councilman.
this is a great place. Thanks for bringing it up. We're doing what I think in Ward 3, Baker Park, we're rehabbing the park. Is this the first use in the valley of that new kind of AstroTurf? It actually is AstroTurf brand. Dave, I know the parks guys are not here, but AstroTurf, the old company, has kind of reborn with a new artificial turf that's better than the previous generations. I think it's the only place in the valley, and it's going to go in at Baker Park. I mean, I think it's a place to look. Do we have any other of those?
Councilman, I apologize, but I have not been as involved in that turf selection.
Okay.
I know that it is something new, and if you'd like, I could find that out for you.
Well, I think I've seen the samples, and I believe it's the first. Los Angeles started it, so we're really close. But my point is that we obviously have a problem with heat on these artificial grass. That it becomes terrible here for playing in the summer. So sometimes you just have to suck it up and say, grass is the best, because in the end, it's what the kids can play on, and adults obviously can play on in the middle of summer. However, this new turf, instead of using crumb rubber or disposed tire, it uses a mineral, sorry, I can't think of the name of it, but it is white. And so it reflects more, creating less heat. And so it could be that, Mayor, what you're looking for could be around the corner, and we'll be able to go visit it. I personally would not recommend laying down on July 1st on the turf, unless you're fully clothed, but let's just see when it does work.
Well, I think that's part of it too at some point, and then with Tim Hacker's input as well, injuries, what's the advantage? I mean, as we go forward and you're recommending more or less, it has to be backed with some data, but I think injury as well, if we can look at that, I'd like to hear.
Certainly, Mayor. I'm sure there's
Thanks.
data on that. We'll put a white sheet together and get back to you.
The second part of the parks would be the general capital components. 22 of the 76 parks are primarily sports complexes, and then the rest are general use parks. That's 598 acres. And then of the other 70, so the remaining parks, I'm sorry. I updated this morning where I thought we provided new copies. Okay, and so there was an update yesterday to put the age-related slides in. Also changed some terminology so that I did not confuse with accounting terms. And so there was a last-minute update this morning. Anyway, the 76 parks, an estimated $500 million in value. Now, parks won't depreciate. It's a park like a basin is a basin. It's the capital components I'm really concerned about. The sports fields, the playground equipment, the shade shelters, the basketball courts, those things that need to be programmed and replaced on a regular basis. We think parks in general are in pretty good condition. We have a mix of parks. One of our priorities for next year, priority number one, is to address sidewalk issues and get an upgraded program implemented. Priority number two for us is to do condition surveys of our parks, try to start identifying current levels and expected levels and desired levels. And so parks will be a high priority for us next year. We work with an operational budget and CIP augmentation. So again, it's use it until it wears out and then program it for replacement maintenance model. We are estimating negative consideration of $500,000 a year on that. Positive considerations, the age of the parks are generally new. I've got a slide on that following. We are staffed and equipped to hold the park conditions across the board and adequate to good standards. And so there's a distribution on those considerations. We have been looking at outsourcing applications to extend funding availability and address items that are better done by a skilled contractor. CIP upgrades, a lot of improvements coming on. There are 4 CIP renovations next year in parks, and so that also addresses a lot of aging considerations. Negative demands or negative considerations, high demands, high expectations. We are staffed fairly leanly. We're 1 employee for every 20 acres. Regulatory, we cross a variety of regulatory concerns, local, state, and national. We have some accrued liabilities. Water costs are increasing, and again, we have illegal activities in the parks. Here is your city parks growth, and so shows fairly new parks. And then if you count all the R&R and CIP restorations in there, it pushes it even more that way. We do have 4 new parks coming on, or 3 new parks coming on this year. Fleet and fuel services. Fleet and fuel services we're very proud of. In the last 7 years, we've taken costs down 36%. We've taken our fees that we assess the user organizations down the same amount. And so in 2008, we had a staff of 39. Right now, with about the same fleet, we have a staff of 27. And so some big cost savings there. We have ISF models, internal service funds, on both the operations and maintenance fleet and the fuel system. And so every time a vehicle is bought, as soon as it goes into service, we then collect the money from the user so that when it's ready to be replaced, that fund is there. And so this is rolling funds. We collect as we go. And so whenever a unit is due for replacement, the money is in the bank. And we just buy the vehicle. There may be some, over collection or under collection. We address those, but by and large, we replace on an as-needed basis. As part of our cost savings measures, we also are now running those units to make sure that we're getting very cost-effective unit rates. And so we don't send good units out of here on the auction line. We run our vehicles until age and mileage merit replacement. We've got about $100 million in value on the fleet and fuel services. Operations and maintenance has the bulk of the fleet, and that's got a value of about $45 million. You have 14 fuel sites, I believe. Let's double check. You have 19 fuel sites with 29 tanks for a capital value of $7 million. 2 years ago, we started collecting money for future fuel tank replacements. They come due in 2022 and 2023, and so we are collecting funds in advance. When those tanks come due for replacement, we will have the fund in the ISF so that we can replace the tanks. And those will be programmed proactively. They will be replaced on the basis of a expected reasonable consideration to get them out of the ground before they're a problem. And so we're very proactive on that. We've got about $9 million a year in depreciation. The other component is fire and rescue has a fleet that's not in the capital recovery ISF. And so fire has on their front line 49 units with replacement cost of $33 million. They have some in reserve. They have ambulances, a few other things, and a light fleet. They have 225 vehicles, about half of that's the light fleet, or a little more than half. They have a value of $50 million. And so those are not in the capital replacement fund, and that is what gives you the estimated annual asset value change down below. I'm very proud to state that in this fiscal year, over the last 6 and 7 years, with our reduction in cost, the ISF has been banking profits, despite the fact we've been lowering rates. We pulled out of the ISF $5 million this year to facilitate additional expenditures for the fire and rescue fleet. And so we will be accommodating that with the savings we've accumulated. Be a big help to the chief. We're buying ambulances, engines, and an aerial unit along with 30 of his light fleet units. We'll request to finance those be placed in the capital recovery fund so that 10 years from now when they're due, the funding is there. We'll request that in the next fiscal year's budget after they come in. And so we're very happy with Fleet and Fuel Services. This is the Cadillac model on how to operate, where we collect the money and the money's in the bank when it needs to be replaced. It's working well for us. We pulled our unit cost in line so that we're very competitive now. Again, we're down 36%. The ISF's put us in a position so that we don't have to ask for money when our expenses come up. It's in the bank. We did implement new software over the last couple of years, new operating software, fleet-based optimization software. And then we replaced the fuel software, which was in near failure mode about 5 years ago. And so we've got that, and we're doing a very good tracking on the fuel use. Again, we have a very good working relationship with purchasing and contracts, just can't thank them enough. And we've made the nice transfer to fire and rescue. Plus, we also support the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, and we maintain a large section of their fleet and sell them gasoline at a small profit to us. Negative considerations, fire and rescue really should be an ISF. We have cut staffing back. We're getting a little bit lean. The future tanks, we are going to have to remove those starting in about 6 or 7 years, and then there'll be a series of them that have to come out of the ground, and although we have the money, it'll still be a inconvenient process. And then the fleets, as we grow, the fleet will be growing. Before I go into some summary and conclusion slides, I wanted to show one more again, which is an age consideration. And so on the left is a map of the Las Vegas Valley in May '73, and on the right is one in February '26. And so I have a summary slide of your various categories, and I've given you some asset values. And so we are putting forth now an estimated infrastructure asset value of $9.1 billion. That's not quite $2 billion above what you were told 4 years ago. The reason is I added in the sidewalk. We added in the street lights and traffic signals. There's been 5% growth in those improvements over the last 5 years, and a few other minor items. Our annual preventative replacement cost, along with the annual funded asset buyback for an estimate of the annual deficit. You'll see that the sewer system is in the black because of the outstanding program Public Works has implemented with lining the large diameter sewer pipes. They're getting very good buyback on that. It's a very good investment to put those units into tip-top shape. To throw out some conclusions from our perspective, we believe the arterial roads are in good condition with solid CIP and rehabilitation programs and expanded funding from the FRI 2 approval, which will address some past depreciation. Residential roads are being extended in a cost-effective manner, but in 20 years or so, we need to look at joint programs for, in the older neighborhoods, pavement and sewer replacement considerations. We do not have a funding pot building for that, and so I'm spending all the maintenance money we get on slurry seal and now sidewalk. Sidewalks have accrued regulatory and upgrade needs, and again, this is my priority number one. Our cost could be upwards of $100 million, and so that is not a maintenance issue. That is a regulatory issue. There's some maintenance component. When ADA adopted, we had probably 10,000 to 12,000 ramps that needed to be replaced and upgraded. A ramp costs $3,000 to $5,000 each. That's $60, $70 million in liability, depending on how many we have. And so we also have cross slopes, we have driveways, we have obstructions, we have encroachments, and so all of those issues we need to address. We've been doing a very good job over the last 6 years picking our program up. We've saved that $2 million. We're going to reallocate 1.5 of it here. We're going to double our efforts on sidewalk. And if we get the program up and running and have the basis to show that we are successful in what we're doing, then we will ask for additional funding next year to expand the sidewalk program further. This will be a decades-long process, but the sooner we start, the sooner we finish. The sanitary sewer fund provides stable maintenance stream, provides for ongoing capital needs at the WPCF. It's being used for conveyance line projects, and we're getting positive asset value gains. And so your sewer system, we believe, is in pretty good shape, although some components are getting older. That's identified in the next. And so of our assessment, again, we're halfway through the assessment, and in that $1.3 billion system, we've identified $30 million in needed repairs. That's 2%. We are working on those. We're in our second year of making repairs, and we'll knock those down by the time the assessment program gets back around to the older sections of line. We will have caught up with our backlog. The storm drain system is adequately addressed for the regional flood control components. They have a cash flow stream. Although we're getting operational funding now, eventually they'll turn into completely a maintenance organization. And I just can't praise regional flood control and the various public works departments enough. Those of you that have lived here for a long time know this is not the same flooding valley it used to be. And so they've done a great job, and I think will continue to do so in the future as these components go into now maintenance and rehabilitation considerations. We do have a problem with the local network, and we are identifying some problems in our condition assessment. We will get together enough work scope so that we can go out for an RFP. We will request funding next year in the $3 to $4 million range so that we can initiate a new program at that point in time. We're also, in addition with the funding, there are staffing issues here. We can only implement and address so many things at once with current staffing. That would probably require additional staffing. We'll look into that in the next fiscal year. Proactive capital replacement programs might be beneficial for streetlights, traffic signals, the fire and rescue fleet, and facilities and parks capital components. But the way we do it now on a reactive basis is a working model most organizations follow. With that, I'll turn it back over to the council for any questions or concerns.
Great report. Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
It is a great report, Your Honor. Well, you know, this is my sixth year, starting my sixth year, I guess, on the council, and I am impressed with what you're doing, keeping track of our assets, and I think hoping to make the public aware of how much we have invested in our capital plant, what you can see and what you cannot see. What you cannot see is what causes me the greatest worries. It's like when there's a little dip in a road. People are always disturbed about a bump in a road. A dip in the road scares the hell out of me because that means it's a sewer leak, water line leak, or goodness knows what, a failure happening. And so it might be smooth but dipping, and then you think, oh gosh, that's nothing. But in fact, that's what this report is all about, is how to keep us ahead. Now, we've been behind for a long time. We might even be catching up, but the way you've calculated things here, it's hard to understand exactly how far behind we are in terms of the unfunded things that we have. This drives people nuts. I realize their eyes glaze over when they start hearing a report like this. There are people at home now asleep. And so consequently, we need to wake them up somehow by telling them this is more important than they understand. And really, I don't want to be patronizing to our population, but they got to know this is probably the most important part of the budget next to law enforcement. So I don't know how to phrase this, but I want to see, first of all, you did improve this from yesterday. I mean, you made a lot of improvements and clarifications since yesterday. I spent a lot of time on these budgets in my life, and it's definitely a better explanation. Still, I'm troubled because I know there's a big number out there that we are not paying for, we are not reserving for yet. Can you help me, Jerry, or maybe the city manager? Somebody can assist us on how we see beyond this report.
Thank you, Councilman. I do share your perspective as the guy that has to maintain most of it. I think maybe what we should do is a detailed study of each asset, and so as the mayor requested, report on playing fields would be appropriate. I can't give you any better estimate on the pavement unless I drive every section of road and rate it. More than anything else, and after sidewalks and parks, I would love to give you a GIS map that shows you every road color-coded to the PQI rating, and then to give you a sheet that shows you what a PQI rating in Las Vegas looks like. And so I think more in-depth study on our part would be beneficial in helping expand on our analysis.
Well, nearly 4 decades ago, the state legislature, before I even served there, put us on a delicate system of funding our government, sales tax and other fluctuating revenue sources instead of property tax. And so while we have an element of property tax, it is not enough. And so, that's where we get these swings. And we might be catching up for 10 years, fall behind just for 3 years. And it takes us 20 to catch up instead of 10 or 7. So it is just real critical. I don't know what the city manager has in mind, but I do know that if we could stress test this system of ours, some way or another, to get a real life look ahead and not just an estimate, I would certainly like to see us try something.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask one question just to put to both of you for the future. Road assessment, everything. Any thought of doing something with drones that you can certainly aerial look at things and make, take in so much broader piece? Is that an investment we would want to make at some point?
Thanks so much for asking. We requested a drone in the budget. It was funded. We will be, and we do have a licensed drone filing in our Parks and Grounds Maintenance Division, and we will be using that drone for park condition assessment, but we're very limited because of the airport and where we can fly. And so we're going to go out in the Northwest. We're going to give you before and after and during photos of the Mayor Cup event, and we'll take condition assessments on the field so we can see how much play they can take. We're going to, step into the water in that manner. But as for further condition assessments, the pavement we really just need to drive, take a look at it, fill it, have condition assessments and charts. And so I envision myself and 2 other skilled individuals driving a road and then coming to a consensus agreement on what the PQI rating is, plus or minus half a point.
I think it would be fascinating to hear back how helpful it is and time saving and cost saving, everything. So thank you. It was a great report, very informative, and we appreciate what you're both doing so comprehensively for the city as we continue to grow and improve. So thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Just to add to that, Mr. Barros, Mr. Walker, thank you very much for that report. I want to say this to you, Jerry, as I know my time is limited here at the City of Las Vegas, you have been absolutely phenomenal to work with in the Northwest. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, my constituents have appreciated. I don't know how much more interaction you have with the other council members in their respective wards, but you have been an amazing asset to Centennial Hills and Ward 6, as your crews have as well. So thank you for all of your efforts in supporting what I've been doing out there and being ready to drop everything to come save Ward 6 from drowning. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's much appreciated.
Mayor, I'd just like to comment on the excellence of this report. It really, I think, helps us all realize the breadth and the depth of what we have as far as infrastructure and things like that sometimes we don't realize. But it contains a lot of information and I think helps us a lot. So I just want to say thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. It's a report, so we don't have to do anything, but thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 50, discussion for possible action regarding Second Amendment or restated disposition development agreement, DDA, between the City of Las Vegas City, POB Las Vegas LLC, to amend terms and conditions for the development of parcels at 4th Street and Stewart Avenue totaling 3.46 acres. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. With me today is Jason Schreiber of the CIM Group, as well as Seth Shore. In introducing the item, I want to thank Jason and Seth, and also Brad Aronson, who's in the audience, for working on this exciting project, and we're going to give you a great update on what's moving forward with the project. I also want to thank Scott Young from our team who worked on the project, as well as our council, Nick Niarchos and Terry Ponticello. Why we're here today is we're really looking at a new phase of this project. We've enjoyed a great partnership with the CIM Group. CIM Group is one of the premier urban real estate development and investment groups in the country, and we're really fortunate to have them as a partner. They have been in contract with us for a while working on this project, really a three-pronged project since 2010, which is when we did the big update on the project, working on a new retail project on what we're labeling and what is written in the agreement as the post office block, and I'll describe that. a future phase of new mixed-use retail and hotel on the post office block, as well as having a purchase option for the Ogden Garage. CIM now desires to move forward with this second amendment for developing the retail complex on the post office block with a 34,000 square foot first phase and a potential future phase, that mixed-use phase. And I would point out that this is land that is already under contract with CIM. The city owns the land, and we are leasing the land to CIM, and CIM also has an option to purchase. Second, related to the Ogden Garage, and that's not this item, item 50, but with your indulgence and at the conclusion of my presentation, if you could call item 51 as well. The Ogden Garage supports the hotel campus and the downtown Grand campus, and they're looking to develop a new 400-room hotel tower on the downtown Grand campus. And in consideration of that, we want to give them a little more flexibility on the Ogden Garage, not with the financial terms, they're going to stay the same, but give them a little bit more time given that big investment that they're proposing to make on executing on the purchase option. And then finally, they want to continue the long-term lease of the land, of the Ogden Garage with an option to purchase. So again, we're talking about really one project, but 3 properties. And so for illustration, just real quickly here, the post office block here is shaded in red, the downtown Grand campus is shaded in green, and the Ogden Garage is shaded in that orange. With my apologies to the CIM group, this actually was an old aerial photo taken back in 2010, and the campus actually looks very different today. CIM has made a large investment into downtown Grand by getting the hotel up and running, and I'll talk about that. So what are we doing? The post office block, where we're at today, and then with the new development agreement. Not a lot of big changes. We're really trying to enable CIM as our partner to move forward. They have asked for some flexibility in reducing the program for the retail on the post office block from 80,000 to 35,000 square feet. They had to plan some meeting space on the post office block as well, but that's no longer needed. That's been incorporated in downtown Grand, and they're doing quite well with that. You see parking remains the same. CIM as our partner and as a community partner has really gone to great lengths to support our Mob Museum, and that is a wonderful attraction. And so they're preserving all the existing parking for the museum, and also even making some of their own parking that they're going to be putting in for the retail complex available for museum patrons on a paying basis. Again, the rent for the land beneath the retail stays the same. We negotiated against a market basis for rent. With rent kicking in year 6, that's not changing this at all with the new agreement. They have the ability to purchase the land, and that's set at the higher of $3.5 million or 10 times annual rent. And so again, we negotiated that against what was market at the time. They are using tourism improvement district dollars generated from the retail that they generate, and that's been the plan all along. It's been simplified a little, and I think this helps the city. Before, we contemplated issuing STAR bonds, sales tax anticipated revenue bonds, and now we're not doing that. Instead, we're just going to do a pay-as-you-go basis as the revenue comes in to offset the actual cost that CIM has for the project. With the downtown Grand campus itself, I wanted to kind of take a step back and, one, thank our partner, CIM Group, for the investment they've already made. But second, point forward on what's happening. They've already made a huge investment on renovating the Lady Luck. And now it's known as, of course, as the Downtown Grand. I want to thank Bill Doak, who's here with us this morning, I believe, or this afternoon, I should say, who's been part of the management team really getting the hotel off and running and doing extremely well. We think it's one of our great hotels in downtown. And again, they're looking to do that new room tower. You're not approving that today. You're going to get a chance to look at that design through a normal design review process. But what we are doing in consideration of the investment that CIM is proposing to make, we want to give them a little more flexibility on both executing the purchase option for the Ogden Garage, as well as previously CIM had committed to putting some hard capital dollars into 3rd Street. So they, of course, own the property in the downtown Grand campus, but they also own some property on 3rd Street
south of Ogden. And so they've committed to put some capital dollars as part of the overall plan and are committed to do that. And in consideration, again, of this new investment they're proposing to make, we're giving them a little bit more time for that. So what are we asking you to do today? We'd like you to approve the second amended and restated development agreement, which is agenda item 50. And then the next item is item 51, which I understand you may have to call, but we're also asking you to approve the Sixth Amendment to the Ogden Garage lease. Again, this does not change any of the financial terms, so we're already locked and loaded on the financial terms. Just gives them a little bit more flexibility as they're spending real time and money investing in our downtown, a little bit more time to execute on that plan. Again, you will have an opportunity to review all the design that goes into this. You're not approving that today, but it's really just giving us the green light to move forward with this project. We're really excited about it. We're excited to have CIM as a partner, and I'd be glad to entertain any questions. Perhaps you can call item 51 forward, if that's okay. I see Ms. Ponticello nodding. And then after we call item 51 forward, I'd like to turn it over to our partners, Jason and Seth, to make a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. So I'll just go ahead and read it in. Thank you. So agenda item 51, discussion possible action regarding a Sixth Amendment to the lease between the City of Las Vegas City and OG Las Vegas LLC to amend terms relative to capital improvements to be made to certain projects in the city and purchase option for the parking garage located at 333 East Ogden, totaling 1.03 acres. This is Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And with that, again, I'd like to turn it over to Seth Shore and Jason Schreiber.
Good morning, council members. Mayor Goodman. For the record, I'm Seth Shore, chairman of the Downtown Grand Hotel and Casino. The proposed amendment to the previously approved plan at development plan at 3rd Street and Stewart Avenue is the last piece of the original program that the owner of the Downtown Grand envisioned when we created the Downtown Grand Hotel and Casino. It fulfills the City of Las Vegas's vision to activate the site of the former bus depot, which of course surrounds the historic post office, now the Mob Museum, with a retail program that will bring new jobs to downtown Las Vegas and a parking program that will help to alleviate some of the parking concerns in downtown Las Vegas. As we all know, within the last decade, downtown Las Vegas has experienced significant growth, including, of course, the renovation of the Downtown Grand Hotel and Casino, as well as the opening of the Mob Museum and the establishment of new restaurants and art and entertainment venues. By moving forward with this retail and parking project, we will be able to serve the patrons of all of the area's hotels, of the Mob Museum, and of the greater downtown community, and will furthermore help to contribute to the ongoing transformation of downtown. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jason Schreiber from CIM Group, and we're available to answer any questions that you may have about this development.
I think we're okay. Mr. Art, do you want to have Councilman Barlow make a motion?
I think it's wonderful, Mayor. I've had an opportunity to sit and speak with the representatives from CIM as well as staff from EUD, and I believe that we're moving in the right direction. The only question that I have, Mayor, you may comment in regards to the RTC bus station.
Thank you.
The building actually sits like right in the middle of the parking lot, so I guess we'll have to.
Along the edge of 3rd Street, actually.
Along the edge of 3rd Street?
Yeah, that's where it sits right now.
I'm thinking that Councilman Coffin is actually the only person that I know that can pick up homes or buildings of historic value and place them in other locations. So I'm pretty sure we can probably garner his wisdom as to how he does that. But in the meantime, as we move this item forward, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item and congratulate CIM as well as the Downtown Grand for their future expansion, because it looks really good. I think it's going to be a great addition to downtown, specifically as the mayor and I intentionally push for the NFL to come to the Cashman Field site. So that's my motion at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There is a motion. Please vote, please.
Councilman
vote.
Barlow, that's for item number 50.
That is
Correct.
for item number 50.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion passes, and we'll now move on to agenda item 51, Councilman.
And on agenda item 51, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Motion on agenda item 51, please vote, and please post. And that also. Sorry you had to wait so long. My gosh, we took you through your coffee break and almost lunch, but I know a good place to eat.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
We look
City Council
forward to
members,
this.
very much.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor,
Thank you,
I
Ms.
would,
Hart.
I would just like to say, I don't represent downtown, but what they've done with their casino and the publicity you've had, the people who have gone there have really enjoyed it from my ward. So I just want to tell you, I'm appreciative that you have a place like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman? Thank you. And we will now go on to agenda item 52, and we have someone from the public who wanted to make comment on that agenda item. But agenda item 52, discussion possible action regarding authorizing city manager or designee of city management to negotiate with USL Las Vegas for the lease of Cashman Field to house a United Soccer League USL professional soccer franchise, 826 and 850 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 5, with Councilman Barlow. So first we'll hear from you, and then we will call upon Crystal Glass, if you're here. Okay, I see you in the back. Okay, so we'll ask for your input. Please go ahead, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, members of council. Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. This is an exciting first step for moving forward with consideration of soccer at Cashman. I would emphasize it is a first step. We received an unsolicited proposal from USL Las Vegas to move forward with a USL franchise at the existing Cashman Stadium. The interested party would like to use Cashman in conjunction with the existing tenant, which is the 51s, and they've demonstrated that a soccer team can coexist with baseball, and that occurs at several other venues around the country. In the proposal, the offerer of the proposal has agreed for giving the city a clear termination right if we were to move forward with a lease, a termination right, realizing that there are a lot of interested parties in Cashman for sports-related uses or other uses. And so those the reasons for termination right, and again, this would be subject to negotiation, and you're not approving any lease, any terms for a lease, any exclusivity with any party today, but this proposer has offered the following: to offer a termination right in the event that either A, the proposed new Raiders stadium or a practice facility for the Raiders were to be located at the site, B, Major League Soccer were to award a franchise and a future expansion team to the city of Las Vegas, or C, that the city would elect to tear down the existing stadium, the baseball stadium, in order to ready the site and make it available immediately for redevelopment of the property for another use. So the proposer of this project has offered to give us a lot of flexibility as we move forward. We're really just seeking council direction to move forward with discussions with this group. Again, you're not approving exclusivity today. You're not approving any terms. We do remain open to speak to other parties, particularly parties that are interested in any of those three things that I just outlined. We're excited about this new opportunity. We'd ask for your support and your approval.
Thank you very much. Questions by anybody? Because I'm going to go right to Councilman Barlow on this, and since it is seems a very broad-based, loose, just kumbaya, go forward.
Kumbaya, move forward. Okay, then let's move it then, Mayor. Unless, Mr. Arndt, you have anything additional you want to add?
And I'm sorry, Councilman, Mayor, I apologize. Mayor, with your indulgence, Councilman Barlow. The offer, the proposal also has offered the following: that they would cover the cost of using the facility. They would like an arrangement similar to what the 51s enjoy, and so they'd like to use the facility at a similar cost structure on a pro rata basis that they're offering to pick up the costs associated with running the soccer team at the facility. So that is a key consideration, too, as we move forward. I neglected to mention that earlier, but I want to make that part of the record. And Mayor, I understand we did have a public comment, so
Yes,
before we
we
move
do.
forward, I want to make sure that
Thank
you offer the opportunity for someone requesting to speak on the item as well.
Yes, they certainly did, and I apologize, Ms. Glass, or anybody else that wanted to speak on this item before I go back over to you, Councilman. Please come forward and just state your name. We don't need your address.
My name is Crystal Glass. I'm sure some of you recognize me from the Major League Soccer talks previously. Just making a brief statement, please, let's definitely consider this. I know it's in the preliminary stages. I just heard about it, and I'm here representing a lot of local soccer supporters who are getting excited about just a few articles. So please, definitely consider this. We need this sport in Las Vegas, and this is a great stepping stone.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank
We've been trying, you know that. Thank you for hanging with us. Okay, anyone else?
Mayor, I just want to say that there are some people who in the past did not want to have a soccer team here because of costs from taxpayers' money. And I just want to say, I think this is a very different type of situation in that we're not accepting on taxpayers' money a lot of extra expense. Basically, the gentleman who wants to have the soccer team is taking most of the expenses. That's correct?
That's correct.
I just wanted that on the
For
record
this
so
proposal,
people
that's correct.
understand. Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and now Mr. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had an opportunity to speak with the representatives from USL, and I'm really excited as a former soccer player myself, having an opportunity to have soccer in the Valley. Soccer, of course, internationally is the largest athletic sport, and it is growing, I believe, one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing sport in the United States. And having the opportunity to bring that level of excitement here to the Las Vegas Valley, I believe will only add to the greatness of who we are as a valley and as a state. In addition to that, I said this earlier, that the fact that we have the Las Vegas Golden Knights, now we have the Las Vegas Raiders that are coming to town. We have the USL, which basically, I believe, sets the stage for the potential opportunity for MSL to move into the valley. And shortly thereafter, I believe it will be the NBA, followed by the Major League Baseball into the valley. And so I believe that Las Vegas is most definitely on fire, and it's a great opportunity that this community can't afford to pass on. And so for that, I'm going to move forward to accept and approve, a motion to approve this item before us here today, accepting the contract as amended for USL. So my motion will be for approval.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 52. Please vote, and please post. Giving direction to negotiate. Did you post it and I missed it? No. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And
Your
we
Honor.
look forward to hearing from you. I hear somebody.
I will hear
Yes,
the
thank
voice
you.
in the darkness. I just wanted to say that this is a step, referring to the previous item, this is a step we probably should have taken instead of what we underwent. I was an enthusiastic supporter of the soccer proposal 3 years ago. I don't regret it, but on the other hand, now seeing that we could start with a USL potentially, that may be the step we should have taken had we been a little bit more careful 3 years ago. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to ask something relating to RDA, and I had mentioned this to the mayor, but I don't know if you're aware that See's Candy has left the Meadows Mall, and I don't know the whereabouts, but are you working closely with the malls as this retail picture changes throughout the city? Because that took me by great surprise. Nothing in the papers, nothing known within the neighborhood. And I'm just wondering what RDA is doing in that type of thing.
Councilwoman, I don't know if we're agended for that, but I'd be glad to talk offline about that. I agree that's an important issue.
I'm just wondering if we are working towards that and putting an emphasis on that. When you lose a store you've had for 38 years, and it's one of the top producing stores, and it's done very suddenly, this causes a problem, I feel, within my particular ward.
Councilwoman?
Yes.
We are not agendized for that item right now.
Oh.
So I think
I
Mr.
can't
Art
even
will be
ask him a
willing to talk.
question if he's looking into it or not?
He will be able to talk to you after the meeting.
Okay.
on that.
I'll follow the rules.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are on to, that motion carried. We are on to agenda item 53, correct?
Correct. Good afternoon, Mayor and council
Hold
members.
on, please, Ms. McElwain, let me read it into the, okay, this is agenda item 53, abeyance item discussion for possible action regarding the suspension of the business license and to approve or deny the permanent massage establishment license West Sahara Massage LLC, DBA West Sahara Massage LLC at 4033 West Sahara Avenue, Jess Pebley, managing member, and this is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. And now, Ms. McElwain, it is
Thank you.
yours. Thank
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. For the record, Mary McElwain, Business Licensing Manager. The item before you today is for the review of the suspension and to approve or deny the permanent massage establishment license for West Sahara Massage. The facts of this item begin with the first massage establishment that was at this location. On May 31st of 2016, Mr. John Geach and Ms. Zay Lee were granted a temporary privilege massage establishment license for Sahara Massage. And on September 16th of 2016, Ms. Lee was arrested by an undercover Las Vegas Metropolitan Police detective for solicitation of prostitution. On October 5th, 2016, the City Council voted to deny the permanent license. And on December 6th of 2016, a new owner, Mr. John Pebley, applied for business massage establishment license with City Business Licensing. He renamed the business West Sahara Massage. Mr. Pebley is also the holder for a retail operation called Lady C Leather, Nevada's premier fetish company, which is located in the suite directly adjacent to West Sahara Massage. On January 3rd of 2017, a conditional temporary massage establishment license was administratively approved. Due to the concerns about involvement from the previous owners, a condition was placed on the license which states, John Geach and Zay Lee are not authorized on the premises of this establishment for any reason. On January 18th of 2017, one of our license officers met with Mr. Pebley and explained to him the conditions of the license, explained to him what this condition specifically meant, that they were not allowed to be on the establishment for any reason. And on February 21st of 2017, our license officers, along with Metro, went to West Sahara Massage to conduct an inspection. When concerns exist with massage establishments such as these, we often have license officers stationed at the back entrances, because what we have found is that as we enter through the front, we have people running out the back. So we had 2 license officers this day stationed in the back of the business. And when our license officer, along with Metro, entered through the front, a woman was witnessed exiting out of the back of West Sahara Massage. Our license officer recognized her as Zay Lee, the previous owner. She went into the Lady C Leather shop, and Mr. Geach was also noticed in the parking lot as well. Mr. Geach also entered into the Lady C Leather shop. Our 2 officers went around to the front of the Lady C Leather shop, went into the business, and the clerk that was there, they had asked to speak to Mr. Geach. They examined the location. They couldn't find Mr. Geach. They asked if Mr. Geach was inside. The clerk responded that, as far as she knew, she was the only one that was there. Our license officers at that point in time asked to speak to Mr. Pebley, and she had responded that he had just left to go next door and she would go get him. When she exited the building, the door chime at the front door of Lady C Leather went off. And a few seconds later, the bathroom door, which previous to that had been locked and the light had been turned off, opened up. And our 2 officers found Mr. Geach and Ms. Lee hiding in the bathroom. Mr. Geach did admit that Ms. Lee was indeed at the West Sahara Massage location. So staff today is recommending that City Council uphold the suspension and deny the permanent massage establishment license. Our license officers are here if you should need any more detailed information, and Mr. Kurt Kennedy is here as well as the license holder as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon. Kurt Kennedy. I'm the counsel for West Sahara Massage, and Mr. Pebley, who's the owner. Just a couple of points. If you only heard just that recitation of the facts, your decision would be quite easy. But what was noticeably absent from the factual summary was some very key facts about why G. Lee and Mr. Geach were there. Absent from what you just heard was from the officer's own report, Ms. Lee was seen leaving the business carrying several boxes in the back. And she took it to the neighboring business right next door, which Mr. Pebley also owns. The officers found out and verified that the boxes contained pizza, contained food. And the reason this is important is because Mr. Geach and Ms. Lee stopped by on that morning around 11 o'clock and dropped off some food, some pizza, for Mr. Pebley and his staff there at the massage business and at the neighboring business of the clothing store. The reason that's important is that the licensing condition explicitly states John Geach and G. Lee are not authorized on the premises of this establishment for any reason. Mr. Pebley did not authorize them to come. He didn't even know they were going to come. He had no clue, and there's no evidence otherwise, that they were even going to stop by. He had previously told them, you can't come here. They knew that. It's a condition of his license. If he's to run this business successfully, he has to follow the conditions. And I would also advise there's no other violations at all against his business. So here are third parties who want to come by with a friendly gesture to drop off some food. Ms. Lee goes out the back because she knows she's not supposed to be there. Mr. Pebley was not inside that business at the time. He was right next door at his neighboring business, and then, which of course literally just walking out the door right next door. So he had no clue that Ms. Lee had come through to the back to saw their staff and let food in. They leave out carrying the food items. This is not something we're creating. It's in their own reports, which was left out of the summary that you just heard. So the question is, do you deny the business opportunity for my client over conduct of third parties that he can't control? Now, it's his business, and he can control his business. I grant you that. But he had no clue, no idea that they were going to come by that morning and drop off some food. I mean, there's only so much something someone can do, other than short of installing cameras outside and a special lock system so they can't get in. This is not a case of a willful, intentional violation of a licensing condition. It was a circumstance of multiple unfortunate events happening all at the same time. One, Ms. Lee and Mr. Geach coming by to drop off some food, trying to be nice to their friend, and two, doing this at the same time that the city's licensing officers came by. Talk about bad timing. But they came by, they saw them there, there is this condition, but this is not a situation where Mr. Pebley asked them to come by. There's no evidence Ms. Lee was working there, she was not. None of that is happening in this case. Unfortunately, these people who he has no control over came by his business to drop off some food. And that's exactly what happened. As innocent and as foolish as that sounds, we are here over that. We are not here because my client willfully violated a licensing condition or did anything nefarious or did anything in violation of city code or Nevada revised statute. None of that is before you today. He's trying to run this business the right way. There's definitely was history with the previous owners. He's trying to do this business the right way. He has another business right next door. He has a vested interest in seeing this thing being a success. So I'm asking the council to allow the licensing of this business, to allow the permanent licensing. The city has these officers around all the time checking all these businesses. We all know the concerns the city has with privileged licenses such as this. But to take away this license over this, on these facts, over people he can't control other than not letting them in, he had no idea they came in. This is not the situation that justifies the dramatic and one would say even draconian punishment of your license is permanently revoked, forget it, you can't apply for it, over something that he could not control in that particular morning on February 21st. So I'm asking you to take those facts into consideration and allow the licensing of his business.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pebley, did you want to add anything here?
Nope, that's
But that's basically the story is the way it played out.
You want to repeat your name for the record, too?
It's Jeff Peebley.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Any questions from staff, from council before I turn it over to Councilwoman?
Yes, I just have a point of, get some clarifying points here for my understanding. So Ms. Lee came to drop off pizza through the front door?
She came to the back door because their staff, she knocked on the back door and they let the staff that he had working there let her in to drop off the food. And that's at the same time that licensing officers came in the front door and she went out the back carrying the boxes of pizza out. It's in their reports.
Okay, so Mrs. Lee came in the back door?
Yes.
Okay. Delivering or carrying pizzas, or at least she was carrying pizzas on her way out the door.
They had several pizza boxes that were verified by the officers who saw them. Ultimately, they were placed into Mr. Geach's car.
Were the pizza boxes empty or full?
There was pizza in them. I didn't. I wasn't there. I just didn't count the slices, but you know, there was some pizza and they're still in there.
The officer verified that.
So we don't know if pieces of the pizza were missing, so someone ate the pizza?
Well, he opened the box and showed the officer there was pizza in the box. So.
Okay, but we don't know if they were whole pieces, meaning that she brought in whole pizzas and took out whole pieces, or came in with a whole pizza and left with 2 slices left.
I didn't see that in the report as far as the content, other than there was food items in the box.
Good afternoon, Council. Councilman Barlow, for the record, Ryan Black, Senior License Officer under the Business Licensing Division. There was pizza in the box. There was approximately 2 to 3 slices. And the pizza, actually, I didn't note it in the report because it was kind of irrelevant at that point, but it was actually, it looked like it was old pizza. It wasn't even, it wasn't fresh at all. So if that answers your question, sir.
But my point is that it wasn't a whole pizza. That means if she brought in, they're basically saying that she brought in pizza for staff. So if
Correct.
she brought in pizza for the staff, I would have to assume that it was a whole pizza that she brought in, and staff ate slices of pizza.
Correct.
And she took boxes of pizza back out, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Back out the back door.
Yes, sir.
So she never came in through the front door.
I couldn't verify that, sir.
Okay.
There was also I actually did ask Mr. Pebley that day if there was any video or audio for them to be able to, you know, to establish if he knew or if he didn't know if she was there. And at that point, he told us that there was no ability to play back that video or audio because it is installed with a large amount of camera systems.
Okay. And so was there any pizza found anywhere else inside the establishment outside of the box?
No, sir.
Okay. And how many people were on staff when you were there?
I believe there was, inside the massage establishment, there was 1 employee and then Mr. Pebley.
And how many boxes of pizza were there?
I verified 1 box that actually contained pizza. The second box I didn't actually see inside that one.
Okay, but it was a total of 2 boxes?
Correct, sir.
Okay, and one staff person that you recognize inside the facility?
Correct, sir.
Okay. To include Ms. Lee?
Ms. Lee was, after she had left that business, she denied working there, and Mr. Geach also denied that she had worked there. So I couldn't say if she was actually working or not. That's, again, why we wanted to review the video to determine if she was working or not working. It's actually irrelevant because she can't be there in any regard, but I just wanted to know for our investigation.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman?
I move to deny the permanent massage establishment license of West Sahara Massage.
There's a motion to deny. Please vote on agenda item 53. Please repeat it.
The motion was to deny the permanent massage establishment license for West Sahara Massage.
Councilwoman, the other item was whether or not to uphold the suspension from...
I thought that this did the whole thing.
It was twofold.
Okay.
Twofold, whether or not to uphold the suspension, and the other one is to approve or deny the permanent license.
So then my motion should be, I move to uphold the suspension of the business license and to deny the permanent massage establishment license. Is that all right, legal?
Yes, it is,
All right,
Councilman.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion, and you've all voted. Please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to agenda item 54. Boards and Commission, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Jordan Sandecki as Ward 2 staff designee to the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board. The procedure for this board is appointment by mayor and city council, Ward 2, to fill the vacant staff designee seat. Councilman Bier, as I understand, you're prepared to make a motion.
Move approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Mr. Sandecki. Please vote. Miss Jordan, sorry. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, agenda item 55, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee John Parazzo to the Senior Citizens Advisory Board to replace Joanne Oscars, who's resigned. The procedure for this board is a recommendation by the appropriate member of council with the approval of council. And we understand he is here today. He's not. His card had him here this morning. And so, Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the nominee John Parazzo to the Senior Citizen Advisory Board. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. And so agenda item 56, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2017-6. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Jeffrey Dorcak will be reading the bill into the record.
Bill number 2017-6, an ordinance regarding parking regulations to amend LVMC Chapter 11.52 to prohibit oversized vehicle parking on streets adjacent to residential districts, public schools, and public parks, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Councilman Anthony, would you like to make a motion?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 56. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 57, bill number 2017-11. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Bill number 2017-11, First Amendment, an ordinance to amend the Town Center Development Standards Manual to establish the Montecito land use designation and accompanying standards and to provide for other related matters. Mr. Steed will now address the First Amendment.
Yes, thank you. Council members, you have in front of you a copy of the First Amendment. That came out of recommending committee on Monday. Because it was so recent, we weren't able to get that into the regular backup, but the amendment essentially corrected 3 typographical errors and then made one change to an error in the maximum lot coverage for parcels within this district, and recommend approval of the First Amendment.
Move for approval, First Amendment.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve First Amendment on agenda item 57. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 58, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption in later meeting. Bills number 58 through 61, bills number 2017-7 through 2017-10 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills.
We approve number 60.
Bill number 62, new bills. Item numbers 62 and 63, bills number 2017-12 and 2017-13 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, May 1st, 2017. City Attorney, would you read the new bills, please?
Bill number 2017-12, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1485, Alta Drive, landscape maintenance FY 2018, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith. Bill number 2017-13, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District FY 2018, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of a neighborhood improvement project, assessing the cost of the project against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you. Pardon? Bills number 2017-12 and bills number 2017-13 are assigned to the recommending committee member, Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my discretion. Thank you very much. And we will move on now to planning, which is the afternoon session. So we are scheduled for 1 o'clock. I think we should move it to 1:15. 1:15. We will reconvene. We'll recess for a lunch break right now and reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. All right, we're regrouping everybody with agenda item 64. Okay, and do we have a quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody center and right and left. Good. For possible action, any items from afternoon session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. The applicant has requested an abeyance on agenda items 69, 70, or 69 through 72. This is GPA 68385, WVR 68480, SDR 68481, and TMP 68482. Abeyance items, applicant owner 180 Land Company LLC, southeast corner of Alta Drive and Hualapai Way, and they've asked that to be abated to the May 17th, 2017 meeting. The applicant has requested to withdraw without prejudice agenda item 78, SDR 68300, applicant Gene Woods, racking owner T-UPR2 LLC, 222 South Main Street. That would be my motion.
Your Honor?
Okay, thank you. Yes?
Before we vote on items, the abeyance is 69 to 72. If I would just beg an indulgence for a moment. During my primary campaign, my opponent said Mr. Jerbick had warned the council several times that there's no possibility of inverse condemnation at the Badlands Golf Course. And Brad, could you clarify?
I'll be happy to, and I know this has come up quite often. Let me state emphatically, any property in the city privately owned, including the Badlands Golf Course.
Can I back you up just one sec? Can you repeat slowly Councilman Beer's comment and then clarify what that is that he's talking about so that we all can understand as who aren't lawyers?
Councilman Beer has represented that it has been stated by others during his primary that I have represented to this council that no possibility of inverse condemnation could occur at the Badlands Golf Course. This subject, I'll elaborate a little bit, this subject came up only in the limited context of an application before the Planning Commission, not before the City Council, wherein we discussed RPD 7 and whether or not there was a likely of inverse condemnation with respect to the 720 units that this council voted on and where you gave 435 a couple of meetings ago. So if the question is there any possibility of inverse condemnation on Badlands or anything else, and I say this with all caution to protect the city, any private property, that is any private property in the city, including the Badlands Golf Course, can be the subject of inverse condemnation. The individual facts and circumstances of each situation determine whether a viable claim of inverse condemnation is present. So it would all depend on a number of factors which don't exist right now, but can it ever occur on any private property, including Badlands? Yes.
Thank you. Any clarification, comments anybody needs?
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's a motion, though.
Okay, so there is a motion now on those recommendations by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote and please post. Councilwoman? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now agenda items 65 through 68 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 65, GPA 68639, applicant owner City of Las Vegas, and a request for a general plan amendment to amend the master plan of streets and highways to designate 26 streets within the Las Vegas Medical District and downtown Las Vegas as collector streets on the master plan of streets and highways. Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 66, RQR 68058, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Shoshone Cattle and Land Development Company, on a request for a required review of an approved special use permit U0023-95 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign, 3200 Valley View Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Number 67, RQR 68059, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Moon Valley Nursery, Vegas LLC, on a required review of an approved variance V-0023-89 to allow an off-premise sign to be located 265 feet from another off-premise sign where a 300-foot separation is required at 5301 West Charleston Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Agenda item 68, SNC 68710, applicant owner City of Las Vegas, on a request for a street name change from Goldring Avenue and Bearden Drive to Wellness Way between Tonopah Drive and Desert Lane, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. All items are recommended for approval by staff. These are public hearing items which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I will close the public hearings. Can I have a motion for items 65 through 68?
Your Honor,
Move to approve items 61 through 68.
You have to turn your microphone.
That helps.
65.
Move to approve items 65 through 68.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve items 65 through 68. Please vote and please post. Okay, so I'll turn this over. And Mayor Pro Tem, if you will take over at agenda item 73, please.
thank you, Your Honor. That motion does pass, by the way. We are on agenda item 73. This is ROC 68393, abeyance item. This is a public hearing. Applicant Gardenia's owner, La Manza LLC, for possible action on a request for review of condition of an approved special use permit, SUP 38860, to remove condition number 8, which states, all beer and wine coolers shall remain in their original manufacturer's configuration of 4 or 6 packs on 6.8 acres at 4700 Meadows Lane, C1 Limited Commercial. This is Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Matthew Seibert of Moran, Brandon, Ben David Moran, 630 South 4th Street, for the applicant Cardenas. Good afternoon. How are you, members of the council? As I stated previously, I'm here on behalf of the applicant Cardenas. Cardenas was approved for special use permit back in 2010. As part of that, there was conditions placed.
Could you just bend a little more to the mic?
Oh, I apologize, Councilwoman.
That's all right.
Is that better?
That's much better.
That's better. Thank you.
No problem. So as I was saying, back in 2010, there was a special use permit approved for my client, allowing them, to sell packaged beer and wine for off-premise consumption. There were several conditions placed on that permit, but specifically the one we're here for today is condition number 8, which stated that all beer and wine coolers shall remain in their original manufacturer's configuration of 4 or 6 packs. That limits my client to only selling 4 or 6 packs. They can't sell singles, they can't sell 12 packs, they can't sell 24 packs. It's very restrictive. I know that we've met with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and I think we've addressed some of the concerns regarding this condition. I know that there were some concerns about trash in the parking lot and things like that that could be a detriment to the community, and I think that we're taking steps to make sure that we're cognizant of that and that won't be an issue down the road. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you guys have, or alleviate any concerns that you may have regarding this application, and I would ask that you approve our request.
Okay, before we get to that point, this is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to be heard on the item? Yes. Please come to the microphone, state your name for the record, please.
Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. 6th in Charleston neighborhood. Selling singles in my neighborhood has made it a nightmare. Just on the drive down here, we had at the 7-Eleven, there was 3 people sitting out on the one little park that we have in our neighborhood, and they're all drinking, and you can't go into those stores anymore because of all the panhandling that goes on. And the idea that the good people from Walgreens got up and spoke just as this gentleman had and made all these promises, that they were going to only sell 6-packs and 4-packs to reasonable people. That's not true. They're selling singles, and there's just, you can't go into Walgreens anymore after hours just due to the amount of, you got to run the gauntlet there. Everybody panhandling for their money for their singles, and then even to a point where I came home the other night, and there was somebody so drunk on my front step of my home, and there he was. He urinated in his pants. He couldn't even stand up, and he had a beer that he'd spilled all over on my entry into my home. And it just, what do you do? And then he's walking off into the street and going to get run over by a car. And I think the idea that we really need to be a conscientious steward of the public right to drink, and the idea of promoting singles is not the way to go. And the idea that these people are going to say they're going to promise, they don't put anything up, nor are they held accountable. And you can't call the police all the time, and you call the liquor commission, and there's nobody there. They'll never return the calls or not. So I'd appreciate it that we set a precedence here now and stop these people right now from selling singles until they get it under control and prove that they are good stewards. Let them sell 6-packs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this item? I see none. I will close the public hearing. Planning staff, any thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Staff's recommendation for denial is based on the support of the original condition placed on there by Planning Commission. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. I will turn this over to Councilwoman Tarkanian.
We've already discussed, and I've already told you that I could not approve the singles. You wanted to have other configurations, which are more than 4 or 6-pack. What are the other configurations?
Thank you, Councilwoman, and that is correct, and I appreciate the gentleman's concerns, and I think that we could reach some sort of compromise or workaround where perhaps we could remove the condition to sell in only 4 and 6-pack configurations to maybe allow my client to sell in 12 and 24, see how that goes, maybe down the road, do another review and see if the singles, could go forward or not. We could determine that later.
Basically what you're saying is, sir, so you, and I appreciate your coming and giving your thoughts. What you're saying is that you and I have already discussed this, and going up to 12 or 24 or more than that, I can approve on this. So if I approve this, it would be for packages larger than what you have already, but it would not approve singles.
That is correct.
And you've agreed to that.
And Councilwoman, if I may ask, because when I was talking to Mr. Moran a couple days ago regarding this, it seemed like there was perhaps discussion, and I wasn't privy to this discussion, so I'm not sure, so I want a clarification, that perhaps 6 months, a year down the road, we can review this condition once more, see how things are going with the approval that we received today, and perhaps come back for singles at a later date.
And I don't mind, and we did discuss reviewing a condition, and I don't mind that, but I will tell you, my concern is the singles, because I have it within my own ward where we have singles, we have gatherings of people who just sit around and sometimes cause problems for customers that are coming in. But I would also tell you that your parking lot looks a lot nicer. You did a good job. Thank you very much. So I'm going to, I don't know exactly how I should word this.
I think planning has a condition for you, Councilwoman.
Excuse me?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might, Councilwoman, I would suggest that, based on what I've heard, revise Condition 8 to read, "The sale of individual beer or wine coolers shall be prohibited."
Yes, yes. So he can sell in you could sell in the larger configurations, which gives you more flexibility, but it doesn't bring the problems that often come with the singles. So I would like to make that as a motion.
Question?
Just for clarification, is there going to be an opportunity in 6 months to review the condition again, or at some point, or is this, we're going to have to come forward with another application?
Councilwoman, any applicant has an opportunity, once this item is completed, to do a review of condition at some later point in time.
Right.
And the council will consider at that point.
Nothing would stop you to do that, and I would be glad to hear anybody's thought on a condition that we have.
Thank you, Council.
But I just want you to know we have those problems, and those are things we watch out for as far as the singles.
And we'll continue to keep an eye out and try to be a good steward for the neighborhood to make sure that everything's clean and we don't have situations like what are happening at Walmart.
And so the gentleman there knows that we understand the problem he's voicing.
Absolutely.
And you've taken care of what you need to do. Would you voice that again, the motion?
Certainly. Revise condition number 8 to read, "The sale of individual beer or wine coolers shall be prohibited."
That's easy. That's my motion.
And will you agree to that on the record, young man?
Sir?
Yes,
You-
yes,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, yes,
Okay,
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman has made a motion. Please vote, and please post. And that motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We are on to agenda item 74. This is SUP 68729. It is a public hearing. Applicant Ono's Island Barbecue, owner Poly Global Investments LLC, for possible action on a request for special use permit for an existing open-air vending use barbecue cart adjacent to residentially zoned property to have a 24-hour operation where 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. is permitted at 5740 West Charleston Boulevard. This is located or zoned in C1 Limited Commercial in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present? I do not see the applicant. Anything from planning?
Mayor Pro Tem, staff's recommendation for approval is based on the cart being centrally located and surrounded by existing buildings.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman.
I'd like to have that left up, please, on the viewer. There are a few problems here that might not be so obvious. This is a major street that's in front of this. This looks as bad to me, planning, as some of those storage units that we've said. This is very close to the front of this place, and it does not enhance the view of the entire business area, number one. Number two, since this barbecue place has come up and has been operating through lunch, one of the small stores that is near there has lost a significant amount of business during lunchtime. If we extend this then through later at night and everything, it would give additional harm to that business. And what we're doing here is we're having a place where you have a lot of beer and liquor sold with the billiards games and things like that. Right outside is this, and I'm afraid it would entice problems with drinking the liquor. And we have problems in those areas. So I move to deny.
Before we do that, Councilwoman, this is a public hearing. Did anybody wish to be heard on this item? I'll declare the public hearing closed then. There is a motion for denial. City Clerk, please mark Councilman Beers in support of Councilwoman Tarkanian's motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes. Thank you very much, Councilwoman. We are on to agenda item 75. This is MOD 68579. It is a public hearing. This is applicant owner is City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request for a major modification of the Town Center Land Use Plan to amend Map 4 to add the MC-TC Montecito Town Center Land Use designation and remove the Montecito Town Center Mixed-Use Commercial Overlay designation on approximately 202 acres generally located north of Clark County 215, east of Durango Drive. This is in Ward 6. Councilman Ross, Planning Commission, and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I now declare open. Does anybody wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and hand this over to Planning.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The proposed major modification of the Town Center Plan is a companion item to Bill number 2017-11, which was approved this morning. The bill will create the new Montecito Town Center Special Land Use Designation and all its associated development standards and principal uses within the Town Center Development Standards Manual. Meanwhile, this major modification of the Town Center Land Use Map removes the Montecito Town Center Mixed-Use Commercial Overlay from the Town Center Land Use Map, replaces it with the Montecito Land Use Designation, and redesignates all properties currently regulated by the Montecito Mixed-Use Commercial Overlay from Main Street Mixed Use and Urban Center Mixed Use to Montecito MCTC. we recommend approval.
Very well. And on that, I will make a motion to approve Agenda Item 75. Thank you for your hard work and planning. Please vote, and please post. Mary, did you want to vote on that?
Yes, sorry.
And that motion passes. We are now on to Agenda Items 76 and 77. 76 is ZON 68403 on a request for a rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial and C2 General Commercial to C2 General Commercial on 3.32 acres. And related item 77, SDR 68404, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 15-story mixed-use development consisting of 370 residential units and 16,060 square feet of retail space on 3.63 acres at 1213 and 1215 South Las Vegas Boulevard and 516 Park Paseo. C1 Limited Commercial and C2 General Commercial zones, proposed C2 General Commercial Zone. The applicant owner is Capital Foresight Golf and Fitness, LLC, et al. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Please
Yes,
introduce
sir.
yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ilan Gordetsky. I'm the owner of the parcels.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Your address.
Address is 1213 South Las Vegas Boulevard, 1215 South Las Vegas Boulevard, and 516 Park Paseo.
Okay, thank you. These are public hearing items. Does anyone wish to speak on any of these items? Well, okay.
Should I start?
We have 3 microphones. You can fan out and take turns. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Noelle Watson. I'm here representing Rhonda Carr and Jamie Richards, who are the proprietors, owners of the Viva Las Vegas Wedding Chapel and the Rhonda Carr Event Center, direct neighbors to the north of the Thunderbird Hotel. I'm just going to read their statement. They're out of the country at this time.
Okay.
The Viva Las Vegas Wedding Chapel has been in operation for the last 18 years and employs 30 in staff. Over these years, our company has enjoyed a positive relationship with residential and commercial neighbors in the Gateway Corridor. Our company has also had positive relationships and has received support from the City Council in developing and expanding our services to the public. We have adhered to all legal aspects of licensing and any other legal requirements needed to be a corporation in good standing and a good neighbor in the community. We fully support any development that would improve our corridor and result in an increase in consumers and tourists to the area. As we also reside in the area, we have taken an active interest in and attended neighborhood meetings that support actions of express concerns over any projects that would be detrimental to both residential and commercial neighbors. In 2014, we purchased the warehouse building adjacent to our property where the previous owner had replaced the roof and done minimal painting. Once we closed on the property, we financed well over $2 million in renovations and are very proud of this first-class space, now called the Rhonda Carr Event Center. At just over 6,000 square feet, our state-of-the-art event space caters to private and corporate events and show productions on a weekly basis. Not only is our event center a major improvement to the area, to accommodate our guests, we developed a parking lot with 70 well-lit spaces. We believe that our event center and parking lot is a major improvement in the surrounding area that not only enhances the neighborhood, but has also caused a decrease in criminal drug selling activity that we previously saw on a regular basis. We are very thankful to the City Council for the support of our project and their assistance and guidance during the licensing application process. In fact, we hold 8 city licenses. But we come before you today to request your assistance and assurance that our wedding and event center operation will not be affected either in a loss of revenue or a loss of access due to the proposed construction by the Thunderbird Hotel. Specifically, we provide outdoor wedding services in 2 gazebos that are merely feet from the Thunderbird Hotel. Our outdoor weddings account for 37% of our revenue. Needless to say, we are very concerned that the construction project at the neighboring hotel could have a substantial negative impact on us due to noise, dust, construction traffic, etc. How can the City Council help assure us that no interruption and no loss of revenue will occur during the expansion construction next door? Considering the age of the Thunderbird property, it is highly likely that asbestos was used during initial construction. Nevada OSHA states there is no such thing as a safe distance from asbestos. And if that is the case and asbestos remediation is required, we need assurances that OSHA regulations are strictly adhered to and that our employees, our clients, are in no danger and that there is no interruption or effect on our business whatsoever. Additionally, even if OSHA regulations are adhered to, it could still require us to limit our service while the remediation of asbestos is in process. Finally, we have to also consider what effect the Thunderbird construction has on our overall property value. Again, we welcome improvements to the Gateway Corridor, but not at the cost of our livelihood.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Can you give that to the city clerk for the record, please?
I'm sorry?
Can we have that for the record?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. And I'm going to ask the rest of you, you can keep it to about 2 minutes on your comments, and we'll set the timer. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Council. Mark Abelman. I'm a property owner in John S. Park and a business owner on Main Street. As most of you know, I'm really excited about all the development that's going on downtown, but I do have concern about this moving forward as quickly as it is because there is a master plan in place, and it does seem to me that we're kind of putting things ahead of schedule there. So I'd like to really be mindful that the plans, such as the master plan, will really help us to grow DTLV in a healthy way. And one of the key things is to honor the history of that little neighborhood and how will the 15 stories affect that neighborhood and the charm that has made downtown Las Vegas so beautiful. And it's an important consideration when we're talking about the master plan. So because once those little pockets of charm are gone, they're gone. And so I think I'm afraid of losing the soulfulness of downtown. So I really would hope that we would wait before that master plan is moved forward, before such a large project is moved forward. And I really appreciate your time today, and I'm proud that you do all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abelman. Appreciate your time as well.
Hi, my name is Bob Bellis. I'm at 1269 South 8th Street. I was the president of the John S. Park neighborhood for over 15 years. And I'm also on the Historic Preservation Commission, which I believe I've been on there for about 13 years. I've worked very hard with these neighbors to make the historic John S. Park plan. There's hundreds of neighbors that took thousands of hours to volunteer to make this plan. We also worked with all of the businesses up and down Las Vegas Boulevard in Charleston to work together to try to put some kind of a limit on any kind of impact that would affect the first historic district in Las Vegas. And that agreement was 5 stories and 60 feet. We've always stuck with that. We've stuck with that for 15 years. It works with us. It works with the commercial properties. You know, we know it's a unique property because it's between Charleston and Oakey on Las Vegas Boulevard. But you know, we have neighbors that have been living there for 70 years, and we want to keep that the same quality of life, and not have high rises right behind a house. It doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't do that anywhere else in Las Vegas. You wouldn't do it in Summerlin. You wouldn't do it in anybody else's property. And it's not fair to sit there and put a 150-foot building right behind somebody's backyard. It really is. If this council goes against what these neighbors have worked for 15 years, it's really a spit in the face of all those constituents. And I really feel strongly about this. It's been a lot of work, and it doesn't make any sense to just throw it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Jean Asmussen, 718 Park Paseo. I'm also here against the building, partially for the same reasons Bob just brought up. I have been to many of the different city planning and council meetings and neighborhood meetings for proposed buildings that wanted to be higher than the 5 stories. At each and every turn, city, planning commission, whatever entity it was, acknowledged the John S. Park plan, acknowledged the 5-story limitation, acknowledged that the neighborhood was always as one, defending and looking out for the best interest of the neighborhood and the surrounding areas to make sure that the area does continue to thrive. The fact that there has been a prior past precedent of each and every time this has been acknowledged as a 5-story limit that was acknowledged by the city, for this to be totally forgotten for this plan is very inappropriate. Yes, they want to be on Las Vegas Boulevard, but they're also in Park Paseo. Park Paseo is the entranceway to the neighborhood. The only way you can leave the neighborhood easily, if you're going north, is to go out Park Paseo, take a right. You can't cross Charleston anymore. There's too much traffic. You can't go out and take a left if you're going east. That's fine, but you can't cross 6 lanes of traffic and go across. If this building goes up, inevitably it's going to compromise our exit to the neighborhood, the safety, the asbestos. What about the neighbors that live back to back with a 15-story building wall? Now they don't have a home anymore. They are being totally left out of the fact that this is neighborhood plan. 5 stories has been agreed to, and we're trying to make sure that the neighborhood thrives, welcomes future businesses, but keeps to the same given plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rasmussen. Appreciate your time today. Anybody else? Yeah, of course. This is a public hearing. Now's the time if you want to talk on this.
I think the people in support want to make sure that all the people against go first. So, David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street. I am the president of the John S. Park neighborhood, which this property is located inside. I would ask, I spoke to over 100 of my neighbors. I just asked for a little extra time. There are some complex legal issues that are in here. I don't know if we'll be able to get into that discussion or not, but there is certainly an overview, and I feel that I could give a good presentation as to the sense of the neighborhood and what the primary concerns are. So if you'll just afford me that, Mayor Pro Tem, just a little extra time.
Okay, Mr. Figger.
I appreciate that. The John S. Park neighborhood, and I just put something on here. If we could zoom in on that. This is the John S. Park neighborhood. Where I'm pointing at right now is Las Vegas Boulevard. Interesting enough, it does look a little bit like the shape of our state, doesn't it? The John S. Park neighborhood has 358 single-family lots in there. There are also 43 commercial lots that are zoned within the John S. Park neighborhood. There are 1,000 people that live in the John S. Park neighborhood and thousands more in the surrounding older neighborhoods. This topic has come up over the years with regard to how high things can go, what are proper form uses for the commercial part of our neighborhood. And so in 2001, at the bequest of the city and Mayor Goodman at the time, a neighborhood plan was put into place. That neighborhood plan took 2 years to come to. That neighborhood plan was a result of numerous meetings and discussions with not only the residents but the commercial folks. There was discussion about what parts of the neighborhood would be declared historic, which would not, what a reasonable height restriction for the future would be, what is not, what reasonable uses there would be, which is not, and some other small things. That historic neighborhood plan was adopted by City Council and incorporated into the general plan in 2001. I'm going to offer at the end that the historic plan go into the record, though this is easily available on the city's website. The historic plan specifically talks about this property, the one that the applicant is in front of you on. There was a concern that it wants to go high, and the compromise was made that it would be at 5 stories. This is the only official policy that has ever been adopted by any city council with regard to height restrictions. There was a recommendation that an overlay be discussed, that it be part of any discussion with regard to any future plan, any future code, that we talk about what the character of that looks like, and that if it's not going to be codified, that at least we have this policy in place, because it's my understanding that when there is a provision not addressed by code, that you're supposed to look into the policy. And if you look to the policy, there has to be good reason to go against the policy, or that should be part of a dialogue. There is no dialogue when an individual developer, one developer, comes in and says, irrespective of what the 1,000 residents, who many of whom have been there more than a few decades, I've been there only 17 years, they call me a newcomer, when that changes the status quo, when we're doing policy out of a perceived need of a desperation for more residential or for projects. So here's where the neighborhood falls on this. The developer here has graciously had neighborhood meetings where there have been a lot of issues discussed. These are issues that should be discussed with representatives from planning, with our representatives, to come up with a comprehensive idea to incorporate what that stretch of road on the east side between Oakey and Charleston should look like for the future. If we're moving to a form-based code, if we are putting in reasonable restrictions, if we have a vision of what that street should look like, everyone should be included, and it should either be codified or it should be made part of a general master plan. That is the opposite of what's being asked of you today. So make no mistake about it. While there are neighbors in the neighborhood who like this building, almost universally, everyone agrees that it should not be a developer with a proposal that sets policy, but that the normal means of setting policy should be evaluated in order to get to the final goal. For they present, and they're going to present to you a graduated building that's 15 stories in the front, 5 stories in the back. It looks like a beautiful building, and I can't question the sincerity of the developer, but I can question the utility of this as a de facto change, a sea change, a major endeavor that's going to be going on in our neighborhood for a couple of years. They say this project is $100 million, God bless. But we don't know what the property next to that's going to do now, or the one next to that, or the one next to that.
You bet. You getting done? You about done?
I'll wrap it up. What we're looking for is something consistent, something compatible with the adjacent neighborhood. This is in the neighborhood, make no mistake about it. And we worked really long and hard. What we don't like doing is having to come in the middle of the day. I mean, this is your job, and we appreciate all our elected representatives. What we don't want to have to do is keep coming back on a project-by-project basis, de facto talking about what the plan is and what the policy is. Our humble request is to obey this project, allow the master plan to take hold of this segment. We don't know why it's not. With the new legislation in front of the Nevada State Legislature that is allowing min-rises, maybe that's a more viable thing for this part of the neighborhood. This discussion needs to be had in a thoughtful way and not on a time limitation during a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Figueres.
I am available for answers and questions.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, though, is that there are parts of our neighborhood that like this building in lieu of what it is, but nobody wants this to sway what the plan should be for our neighborhood.
Thank you for your input, Mr. Figueres, and thanks for spending the afternoon with us.
And I would like to put this into the record. This is the neighborhood plan adopted by City Council.
Okay. We'll take it from you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street, Vice President of the John S. Park Neighborhood Association. As far as the plan went, at the City Council meeting that he talks about that was approved, I'd submitted 103 signatures against historic designation out of the 158 homes. So, and then the City Council went against the will of the people at that time. And since then, it's just been a nightmare down there in the historic district. It's been blighted by these people. They're autocratic tyrants. The only time we hear from them is when somebody wants to change their house or work on their house or add a fence or something, and it's always no. And the neighborhood stays the same, and it's gone downhill. They don't really take care of their yards, and it's just it's been a proven nightmare. Anyway, I'll move along here. We need the doors. We need the people downtown. This development would really help the economic environment downtown. If we don't have the population down there, downtown's not going to be a success. Main Street needs this, and by far a better looking building than the other building across from Charleston. They don't even mention that one. That's another great looking building that's going to come into the neighborhood, and this is an urban environment. We can't afford to have single family residences in a true urban environment. Vertical is the proper way to build. Single family homes are power hungry, water hungry, and don't use the land wisely. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. That's a support then for the project. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Shai Mordor, 1107 South 6th Street. I'm living just behind that development where the project's supposed to be. My wife and I came to Vegas in January. When we came to Vegas, we saw a very lovely neighborhoods, which we wanted to see which one to move on. Driving along Las Vegas Boulevard, passing the Stratosphere, all of a sudden we got a minor heart attack. Reason being, if you pass and see how the place looks like, passing Stratosphere, it all looks like, trying to find the right word, but what you'll see is only prostitution, drug addicts, all kind of, even the visual aspect of the place doesn't look so nice. And we were quite concerned. Moving into the neighborhood, we participated in a couple of neighborhood meetings. We noticed there is mixed emotions about all these projects. As a fresh couple that coming and want to build a family over here, I would like to support such project, to see the place developing, to see more, how to say, beautiful people around here, feeling safe going around the neighborhood. And that's what we feel that's supposed to be happening throughout the neighborhood. If we have concern about when the construction will happen, yes, we have some concerns about what will be with dust, etc., etc. But I think these are technicality and they are temporarily, that in order to have a better lifestyle or a better environment, I'm willing to tolerate this for a while, and I'm sure the city have regulation and policies to keep that in order. But on the long run, I think a development is really necessary in that part of the city.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. You bet.
Good afternoon. My name is Zohar Robin, 1215 South Las Vegas Boulevard. I operate the Royal Wedding Chapel inside the Thunderbird Hotel. It's a beautiful wedding chapel inside the Thunderbird that I've been working with Mr. Gordetsky since 2010. We cleaned this neighborhood for us, of course, and for all the neighbors behind us. We worked very hard for the last few years, clean up, and we're going to continue doing it in the next few years. We greatly support this project, and we are going to be involved in this project. We're going to have a beautiful wedding chapel and a showroom in this new project, and again, we are great support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? This is a public hearing.
Hi, my name is Karen Winkelhorn. I live at 1107 South 5th Place. I've lived in this house for about 20 years. It was built in 1941 and it's part of a historic neighborhood. As you know, I oppose the building of a 15-story building just feet away from the backside of the historic neighborhood. The proposed 370 residential units have the potential of translating into having 500 to 750 cars, which I'm figuring 2 cars per unit. Does the building allow that many parking spaces? And has any impact study been made on where the traffic flow for this many cars is going to go? How many cars might be heading south? The logical local route for this traffic is to get to Las Vegas Boulevard via 5th Place or 6th Street, which would make the amount of traffic on these streets impossible for residents. Why, when several years ago, a permit for I think it was actually a 6-story building was denied, are we suddenly looking at a permit being approved for a gigantic building of 15 stories, which will obviously change irrevocably the character of this neighborhood. Another issue that probably has not ever been addressed is that this building is going to throw a very deep shadow against this neighborhood, starting with 5th Place and going back to 6th and 7th. When people install solar panels, those solar panels are not going to have any access to the afternoon sun, which is the strongest solar collecting time. And how is that going to work? I think the houses particularly on 5th and 6th Street are going to be extremely damaged by not being able to have availability to the sun. And that is what I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And your comments. Yes, sir, please. Introduce yourself, please.
I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
Hi, my name is Ji Wang.
I own a motel, 1133 Monterey Motel. I've been here 38 years. I think so this time need to change the city. I support the project. This is a very good, smart plan. Okay.
Thank you very much for your comments. Would you state your name again for the record and give your presentation, if you would, please?
My name is Ilan Gordetsky. I
Mr.
am the
Gradesky, before
owner.
you do, is anyone else wish to speak on this? Because I'm going to close the public hearing.
We have Phyllis.
Are they with you?
Yeah, they're with me.
Okay.
So I can
What
start.
I'd like to,
and-
Phyllis Coleman, 2595 Box Canyon. Arnold Stock wanted to be here, but he had a conflict with another meeting. So what I'd like to do, he did send an email to Councilman Coffin, and I'd like to read it. This is from Mr. Stock. I would like to express my 100% support of agenda items 76 and 77 at today's Las Vegas City Council meeting. Our Veterans Village residence is located across the street from this development in this rapidly changing neighborhood. It is my hope that we continue to use the developments like this, which only further advance the area and create new housing opportunities in the downtown core. The proposed development is consistent with and exceeds the master plan for downtown as it relates to new housing developments. New housing developments are an integral part of the success of the future of our downtown. I therefore wholeheartedly support this project. Sincerely, Arnold Stock, founder of Veterans Village. Thank you.
Ms. Coleman, thank you very much for your comments.
Your
Again,
Honor.
anyone
Your
else?
Honor. Before Mr. Gradesky starts to...
Well, Councilman, can I close the public hearing first?
Oh, of course.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? I'm going to close the public hearing.
Yeah, the architect.
Okay, I'm closing the public hearing. Please.
All right.
If I could...
Councilman Coffer, please.
Yeah, thank you. You know, really, Ilan, you might have your whole team up here because there's a lot of questions that have been raised by the people who have objected. And I trust that you're going to have your visuals up here real quick.
Yeah, they're here.
So I don't know who's going to lead you through it, or if you're going to do it. I know
I'm
Mr.
gonna do it
Vance.
and,
I know Advance has done this kind of work. But you need to address the objections
I will.
first, those that you have been taking notes on, I assume. Because I've been taking some notes.
So I think we should start, again, thank everybody for the hearing today. I came to Las Vegas 7 years ago, and this was no man's land when I came here. In one of the hearings that I was here, actually, the mayor said, we need more people like you, because I came and I spent millions of dollars on the property. I bought the neighbors, I put parking lots, I did everything I can. We employ close to 75 people over there. We pay more room tax than any hotel between the Stratosphere to downtown. We have 251 rooms. We service 100,000 people a year, 100,000 people staying in these two hotels, and people are happy. This property was never at the John S. Parkway. Let's make it very clear. It is not part of John S. Parkway. So let's stay with the fact, and staff agreed with that last hearing. They said it loud and clear, it's not part of John S. Parkway. The code is the code. People cannot change the code just because they don't like something. I mean, this is how this place was 6 years ago. I don't know if you guys see it. See? That's how it was. That's what we purchased. This, how it was before. Where is the historical? Where is the John S. Parkway before? People used to stay at Aruba for $99 a week. $99 a week. Today it's a boutique hotel that we make. Where's the historical neighborhood that was over there? This is how it looks today. Look at this place. We have people staying there, enjoying. This is how it was back in the day. That's Aruba. That's how it is today. So staff approved us. We worked with the neighborhood on all of their concern. We putting trees, high trees, 24 foot from day one of the project to go with the shadow. We lowered in some areas. I mean, Ed will walk you through it, but it's like, do you remember Fremont before? 15 years ago, Fremont downtown was just like this neighborhood. You couldn't walk there. And then people came in, put money, and today, wow, it's beautiful. We're on Las Vegas Boulevard. Nobody could walk there at night. We put our own security, our own staff. I changed their own lights outside. So, I mean, I don't understand what's the harm here. We're creating jobs. We're spending close to $60 to $80 million on a project like this, after we spent close to 20 already. And Councilman Coffin, you've been with me in many hearings, and every time I said something, I was always there. We always did what we promised. I think Ed will walk you through the project a little bit more.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and council persons. Be careful about that. Ed Vance, EV&A Architects, 900 South Pavilion Center Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada 89144. I stand before you today in support of this project that we've prepared a design for. This is the wrong package, my friend. There we go. I would like to start by addressing a couple of the comments that we received earlier. The first woman that came before us said that she supports the project but is concerned about the construction. Naturally, we'll be working with all of our neighbors as this project moves forward. Once the contractor is selected, we will work with all of our neighbors, just like we do with every project, to make sure that we don't interrupt any of the neighbors' businesses. That's their lifeblood. We understand that. And so we'll be working with Public Works on access, egress, and ingress into the project to minimize any impact to our neighbors' projects, just as we would expect them to do for us as if we were to expand. There was a second objection relative to shade studies, and we've done a number of shadow studies. Do you have those, Kevin? And surprisingly enough, due to the design that we've prepared, and it's important that everybody understands that this project, we approached it as an architect, as a master planner, as a designer, in understanding where we are adjacent to. And as planning will attest to, we are not subject to the Jonas Park plan. We are subject to the Centennial plan. And we conform with all of their guidelines. I never approach a project without conforming to the agencies having jurisdiction where this property resides.
Louder, Ed.
Sorry?
Can't
hear you.
Can you speak up?
Sorry, I should probably lean over. Can we get an extension on this thing? I'm sorry. Was there anything that I need to repeat on any of that?
But now we can see the top of your head. So you kind of just back up a little bit. Just speak up.
Move over here.
There you go.
Okay, that's better?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me start by walking on the project. We're on Las Vegas Boulevard. All of our ingress and egress will be off of Las Vegas Boulevard. We do have a rear sort of access, but we're going to have that also left turn, right in and left out only. We're going to try to prevent anybody from turning into Park Paseo, so we don't want anybody going into that neighborhood. And by the way, there was another objection relative to a traffic study. We have not done that traffic study. We're not required to yet. We will accept that as a condition of approval, okay, as most projects are. So we'll have one done. We will comply with any requirements that the traffic study requires and Public Works requires of us. We'll be coming in and try to keep all of our residential traffic internal. All parking predominantly of the project is done in a safe, controlled environment. So it's all parked on how many decks? 6. We have five levels of parking, and it's secure so that our residents' vehicles are secure. And we have a few visitor parking here. We have 16,000 square feet of commercial space that we're also providing, in keeping with the Centennial Plan, for others to come in, and we have visitor parking provided for just them. So we'll be doing a little bit of commercial activity, so it's good. The approach in the design was done with respect to the neighbors. We're very, very low off the backside, about 4 levels, okay? I met with Councilman Coffin. He lives right behind the project, and he asked me to lower it a little further, and we took it down, do you recall? 16 feet. About 16 more feet, and I think that met his requirements. Then we've tapered the building. So it looks very tall in the rendering, but when you look at the profile here, it's really not. It's more of a mid-rise. It's not a high-rise by definition. And of course, we took that height and left that on the very front of the Las Vegas Boulevard, where it belongs. The low rise is toward the back. So tapering it disallows a lot of view corridors for any of the tenants and actually the neighbors looking into their homes as well. So we're going to submit this project to the American Institute of Architects is a prototypical, almost poster child for projects of this kind throughout the country that demonstrate how good design, albeit more expensive, can be in keeping with these kinds of neighborhood situations, and they're all over. So we have to be sensitive that this design provides that sensitivity. Okay. To address the shade studies, if you can kind of, and I know these are a little small, and if it's possible you can zoom in. As the sun moves toward and sets, you're going to find that, for example, 3 p.m. in the summer, that shadow hardly even leaves our property. And these are done accurately with a program that we employ, okay? So we trust this quite, and towards sunset, we're going to cast a little shadow, but all projects will cast that kind of a deep, dark shadow. But through the bulk of the day, it is not bad. It's actually going to cast more of a shadow in the winter at 9 a.m. on the other side of the street, okay? So I felt very good about the design, not casting those kinds of shadows because of the nature of the design. Does that make sense? Okay. The current project is, what, 20-some feet off the property line. Is it about 15? Okay, 15. And being sensitive again to that neighborhood, and that we're right adjacent to it, we pulled our building back as far as, Kevin, what, about 80 to 100 feet? About 100 feet. So we've quintupled that distance. So we don't want anybody close to us, and we don't want to be close to them either. We've also agreed to plant 20-foot trees all along that perimeter. Okay, and if you all know anything about landscaping, that's a big box tree. Okay, because we want mature trees along there, so we want to cover any kind, we provide that kind of a lush landscaping all along that edge. Okay? And I'm kind of going quick here because I know time is of the essence. We have created a neighborhood sort of pool on the upper deck. This is the retail vision, where we can have maybe a Whole Foods or a Starbucks there. Okay, this is a very first-class operation. This is going to attract some of the best tenants that we can find. This is not a low-rent district. This is going to be a high-end district. This should change and serve as a catalyst for the neighborhood to move forward and progress. Okay. We've done a number of renderings. These all can be entered into the record. We have a dog run on the south side of the property. This is the pool area. Okay, again, more contained and cloistered on that upper deck. Okay, but for the tenants. Okay. It's kind of a boring shot. The view corridors from our units looking out over the tenant or over the Jonas Park neighborhood will be pretty much blocked. This diagram really indicates that you can't really look down. Oops, I'm sorry, we're moving too quick here and rapidly. These are the floor plans, and we haven't gotten into a lot of detail there, but we're really not required to at this point. I think I've caught everybody's objections. If I've forgotten any, if anyone wants to remind me, I'd be happy to address them. Okay. And I will turn this over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation. And before I hand this over to Councilman Coffin, Mr. Perrigo.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The development proposes a design which steps the building height back from the rear of the site adjacent to the single-family residential dwellings toward the front of the site fronting Las Vegas Boulevard, which greatly reduces the visual impact of the existing John S. Park neighborhood, as we've seen. The proposed use and design of this proposal will make a positive contribution to the urban design for the immediate area and for the community at large. Staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning and site development plan review.
Thank you, and Councilman Coffin. Before I turn this over to you, Ed, the retail, can you tell me what floor that retail is going to be on? Is that on the ground level, the retail?
Yes.
Is that on the ground level?
It's actually first and second. We're hoping to have an upstairs restaurant looking out over onto the boulevard.
I just ask you that because these newer designs, Mr. Perrigo, that you and I have talked about, you know, have retail on the bottom, and they kind of fit right into the building.
Yeah.
I think you were showing me pictures of that a while ago, something in California that kind of had the same concept. Councilman Coffin, you're up.
That's a lot quicker than I thought. I really figured that there would be a lot more explanation, but maybe this is a good thing. I've heard the objections from my neighbors directly and indirectly through reading the social media and through talking to people like Mike and David. Karen, I wasn't sure where you stood on that deal. So you and I are the only two, I think, that have appeared here today that live on Fifth Place, as I do. So city attorney has advised me to say that the effect of this development, should it pass, would not affect me in any differently than any other neighbor. Now, it's not easy to face something like this. You know, here and there and around the town, there are development requests that are pretty contentious. Very few times could this ever possibly affect the neighborhood where the councilman lives. And yet it certainly does, more than anybody here. I can tell you that this has been coming for 30 years. 30 years, council. The Petersons in the early 60s built a huge complex of motel rooms that were on the boulevard in about 5 different buildings. This has disintegrated and become decentralized to now where many of these are one owner projects out there on the boulevard, and have slipped and slipped in their condition and deterioration ever since the Petersons died and the parcels were all divided up. So my family and I have been on the front lines of all of the problems that have been in the area. We have never left our roots in this neighborhood. So when we moved in 30 years ago, before we bought the house, we checked it out. We checked out the neighborhood, and it was pretty quiet. And 30 years later, it's pretty quiet too from the standpoint of the ambient noise, except for the leftover of the Great Recession, which to me is a depression. You have people wandering all over the place, and Mike Ganson's right, there's a lot of stuff that's out of line. But on the other hand, what has been hanging over our head is the uncertainty about what could happen to that stretch of Las Vegas Boulevard. I mean, it is still really only 5th Street, and I live on 5th Place, so it's meant to be a quiet street. No sidewalks, very few of them anyway. So 25 years ago, Chris Karamanos, and I believe possibly Bob Stupak was his partner, and they proposed, maybe it's only 20 years ago, they proposed putting a Titanic full-size replica on all that property, on about 4 of those lots, all the way from Park Paseo, you know, several hundred feet to the south. Oh, that boat would have been 200 feet high at the rear property line. So I'd have been looking up at the hawse hole of the anchor from my front porch. That didn't sound so good. And it didn't sound good to anybody. Bob Bellis or anybody else that's here, they fought it hard, as we all did. But it was a real warning shot to all of us because it was not against the law. It was not against the rules. But the neighbors rose up, and the council, thanked them at the time, listened and overruled it. We had an advantage, and I'm not shy about saying that when I was a senior senator in the legislature, I used whatever access I could get to people to ask them to not approve this deal. And I did, and it was successfully defeated. There was another proposal nearby to put King Kong climbing up and down the Stratosphere Hotel. That would have been noisy. And then there was the slide that people were going to ride in from the Stratosphere across the boulevard. This is all very close, by the way, because from our house and my neighbors' houses, you can hear people screaming at the top of the Stratosphere in the summertime. It's fun, actually. It's not a big deal. When you're outside, you can hear it. But the thing is, this happens, and the neighborhood has survived, not because of, not because of the neglect of the boulevard, but because, frankly, because we've just weathered it out. We stood it out. Now, all these years have been coming. I knew something was going to happen. I knew that the neighborhood plan was not binding. It never had a vote of the council. It was, and if practical purposes, you could see why the council would not say that the stretch of the boulevard would be historic. It's not. It's wrecked. It never had a history, and it was 5th Street. And so my family and I, in sticking this out, we decided we have to be defensive. Little did we know back in the day that I would be on the city council. But ever since that happened, I've been preparing for this day, and I've tried to prepare my neighbors for this day, that you are going to lose someday if you want to hold the line forever. While property values are increasing again, and they will skyrocket, if somebody owns a piece of land and it only can build 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, or 50 feet, they're not going to build at all. They're not going to improve their land. It's going to be the same old crap sitting on that property because they can't make it pay. If the land is expensive, and it would be perfect for a short-story casino, a lot of good that would do for the neighborhood. So here we come with a guy who decides to buy the land. He's got a record for cleaning up the properties. The old Aruba was full of drugs, full of degenerates, full of hookers. The needles were everywhere. He cleaned it up. It isn't perfect. I mean, you might want to think it's perfect, Elon, but it's not. But you're damn sight better than it was. And Ron DeCar with the Wedding Chapel at the corner at Park Paseo, he's done a tremendous job. And you two finally buried the hatchet, not in each other, and you cooperated so that now there's a quarter-mile potential of wonderful development along this that will be a real signature for the valley. And so, yeah, I'm looking at some of my neighbors who are not happy at all with me. Please don't graffiti the front of the house. Let me know it's coming so I can get ready. But seriously, we have seen this coming. It's my job to look ahead. That's what you pay me for. And so, when originally a doctor who used to own the Aruba 5 or 6 years ago came to me and said, I'd like to develop my hotel. I said, oh, wonderful. It sounds great. Make it nice. So, Your Honor, I said, look, let's talk about this. And I already had a scheme in mind. I said, look, I know you want to go up there in the sky, but my neighborhood, you can't mess with the neighborhood. We got a limit here that's been agreed to but not really codified. What can you do? And I said, step it down. I said, just make it look. I've seen hotels like that. I think one in Acapulco and one in Managua. I've seen these things where they're done really nice. He wanted to do a hotel. I don't really like the hotel concept right there, but nevertheless, he was willing to do that, but he never followed through. Along came Mr. Gordeski a few years ago, bought the Aruba. You already owned the Super 8 hotel, correct?
Clean it up.
All right. Sorry to do all this talking. But the point is that as a resident most closely associated with this project, my house is only 162 feet from the property line of this proposed development. There already is a building almost 50 feet high right up to the property line. That's going to disappear. That's going to be shoved back, I don't know, another 40 or 50 feet, maybe 60 feet. So that's an improvement right there. They're going to start up at 15 stories. They could have asked for 30 stories, but they came with a reasonable number. And I said, if you do this, do it on the boulevard, and you step it down to where it might even be better for us along the boulevard. And instead of having a racetrack for bums running from the boulevard away from the burglaries they just committed into the neighborhood, you can do it. And he did, he agreed. This is almost 2 years ago you started thinking about it, talking to me. So while there have been public meetings, I have been kept informed because it is my job to do that, to not just show up at meetings. You've had the meetings, you've had the required meetings, you've appeared before planning, you've gotten unanimous support from the planning commissioners, and I've seen my colleagues on this council really have to squirm when neighbors are opposed, but it isn't often where you see neighbors that you live right next to opposed to a project. But I have to say to my neighbors, I'm going to support this project for those reasons, that in essence, it will be an improvement for us, and it will be an end to the uncertainty about what will happen there. Because now, instead of having somebody proposing a Titanic or a Ferris wheel or good God knows what, and I've already been on this council 6 years, I'm not going to be here forever. I would like to have a say in what the hell goes on there. I'm going to support this kind of concept as good design and the best we can get, and maybe better than we could have ever gotten if we had just said, to heck with it, do what you want, but we'll fight you, we won't let you do anything. Well, eventually a council is going to say, that land is too valuable. That's a busy street. It deserves its value, and you're going to end up losing but not having any control over what is there. You won't have a neighbor who's fighting for you. As I have been fighting for my family for 30 years, and all of you, you just didn't know it. So I will approve this. I know that now. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. This process has a long way to go. Concerns about traffic and or dust in construction. Construction traffic, not to mention the the subsequent traffic, if any. Asbestos. All kinds of hazards are in the normal process of things required to be examined and approved. Nothing is rubber stamped here. But this is the best concept I've seen in a long time. And I hope that it sets an example for the rest of the town where you have commercial butting up against residential. I wouldn't like to see like Wilshire Boulevard where you've got 30, 40-story towers and a nice neighborhood right behind it. This is a way to go, and it's going to be an example, I think, for other parts of town where residential areas have existed for decades and the land values have increased, and pretty soon somebody's going to want to put up something kind of tall. There is a way to do these things instead of just saying no. Let's work with them. That's what I've tried to do. So I encourage everybody to work with this project. Do you have any last words to say on this subject before I make a motion?
As the developer of the project, my door is always open for any neighbor, for anybody who wants to give his opinion. We're here to work together. We will do everything we can to minimize any impact. And there will be a OSHA and dust control, like in every construction site. Like we said, we won't make right turn towards Park Paseo. There'll be a sign with left. We'll do everything to make everybody's life as easy as we can.
Thank you. We'll have a lot of demands. You can be sure of that. You'll be bowing and scraping in front of the neighbors before, and you'll make it work. I know you will.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I now move for approval of item 76. Oh,
Could I just...
I'm so sorry.
That's all right, Councilman. I just wanted to say that this looks like a really excellent project. It looks clean, it looks nice, and I know that these gentlemen and what they have done have tried very hard to do the best they can. However, Councilman knows that I have an area in my ward where we have an overlay, and I will not be able to vote yes on this, but when I vote no, it's because of commitments I've made and to keep a consistency in the type of voting I have. I believe this will pass, but I will vote no, not because you don't have a great project, but because of commitments I've made to neighbors who live in residential areas where you don't just have a family for one generation or 2 generations, you have it for 3 or 4 generations. And there's something built up in there that has given us strength to our city through these individuals. So I maintain my loyalty to that. I'm not saying anything against your project. Your project looks good. But I just wanted to make that note, and Mr. Councilman Coffin probably knows why.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else from council? Councilman Coffin?
If there are no further remarks, or at least they could be on a motion, I now will move for approval of item 76, zoning 68403.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post. And that motion passes. And 77, Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I move for approval of SDR 68404, the site development plan review.
And there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And that motion passes, and we'll move on to agenda item 7.
I'd like to thank the council for their approval, and because it's so important. Can I just say one thing, if it is slightly out of order, that for sure, Councilwoman Tarkanian, people have kept their word to you because you're in the council. Let's hope that a future council, after you're gone and your term is over, will hopefully observe your thoughts. You know, I really do, but I wonder.
I will tell you, Mr. Councilman, that I do not feel that my thoughts will be followed when I'm gone. I expect that. I've lived the life long enough to know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Number 78 was withdrawn. We'll go on to agenda item 79. Actually, 79 through 81. 79, WVR
5, on a request for a waiver to allow no street lights or such are required and to allow an intersection offside of 180 feet where 220 is required for proposed non-gated 4-lot residential division and related. Item number 80, VAR 68774, and a request for a variance to allow no sidewalk, amenity zone or curb gutters where such are required for proposed non-gated 4-lot residential subdivision on 2.5 acres northeast corner of Azure Drive and Eula Street, RE Residence Estate Zone. And number 81, VAC 68776, on a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements on property located in the northeast corner of Azure Drive and Eula Street. The applicant is Pinnacle Homes. The owner is 2006 Barbier Green Revocable Trust. On item 7980, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. On item 81, staff and Planning Commission recommend approval. These items are in Ward 6 with Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ross. Are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative?
Yes, Ray Fredrickson, Performance Engineering, represent the applicant, Pinnacle Homes. They're also the property owner now, too. Just
property owner as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Barago or Mr. Lowenstein?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein, Department of Planning. The applicant is requesting to only provide 20 feet of asphalt on the exterior of the project and 39 feet of asphalt in the cul-de-sac inside the subdivision. No other improvements will be provided. Staff is in support of the proposed vacation of the U.S. government patent easements, but has recommended denial of the requested waiver and variance applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on these items? Please come forward and state your name. And then we'll have your comments back. Well, we'll hear from these people first, please. Don't need an address, just a name, please. Thank you, sir.
My name is Timothy White, and my property borders this proposed property that Pinnacle, managed by Mr. Andy Wyatt, is doing. And I must say, I've seen other developments by what Pinnacle has done in the area, and I'm fully support so far everything that they're putting forward. I think it's going to be a great development. I'll work with them a little bit, of course, being the direct neighbor, such as maybe the ingress and egress might be something I'll talk to them about because of the traffic on Asia versus the traffic on Eula. But more than that, and you mentioned it, was the fact that in the information that comes out to the neighbors and all, and you address the fact that, as an example, that staff recommends denial. And that brings to mind that this is something that we've worked at since I've been there a long time, and have worked with first the county, and you've seen me before, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, in terms of supporting all of the things that we've discussed and have brought forward, defining what the rural neighborhood preservation is all about. And I think this is why Pinnacle has done a great job in everything I've seen so far, is they work with the neighbors beyond issues that neighbors brought up. I mean, they went 100% in support of the neighbors. That being said, the one thing I'd like to address is the staff themselves. I think somehow there should be in their playbook some kind of a definition and explanation of what the rural neighborhood preservation is about, so that these kinds of things don't panic the neighbors when we see certain things are denied, and we worry about that a lot. Not paranoid, but we certainly want to show up here and express our feelings when we see there might be a challenge there. Inasmuch as, I think what I'll do is, for your staff, is present a letter,
to the clerk.
And it just simply defines what I think would better satisfy both your staff as well as they promote you guys in terms of information, more of an approval in this case, right straight through. And with that, I appreciate your attention. Thank
you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard on these items? Hearing none, we'll close that portion. And now if you'll go ahead and you want to make your comments presentation, please do so.
Yeah, I'll keep it very brief because I think he actually just summarizes it very well. All of the waivers and variances we are requesting are to maintain the rural neighborhood preserve for this community. Unfortunately, City of Las Vegas doesn't have a rural neighborhood preserve classification yet in their zoning, and I know the staff is working on it, and maybe that gentleman will find that out from staff. I don't know how far out that is, but I know they're working on it. But really, that's the intent of these various waivers and vacations, is to remove the sidewalk, remove the street lights, and just to maintain the rural neighborhood preserve of this area. I won't go into any other details unless you guys need me to answer any questions.
Good support there, and I think, in deference to what we do here at the city, it's very important that we always know what codes are and what we're dealing with, and that is a unique area, and who knows 50 years out what's going to happen as the town continues to grow and explode. None of us are even alive. So to change things in the books may come, may not, but we certainly have dealt with each item as it's come before us, and I certainly know that we've all been sensitive to particularly Ward 6. When we first came to town, the whole town was Ward 6 in its own sense of no sidewalks, everything was dirt roads everywhere. So we've seen the growth and development, and hopefully in your area can be preserved, but I rely on the interpretations we get before we know what is code. So thank you very much, and I will then I've closed public comment, and I will anyone have any comments, and otherwise I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Ross, and let's take them item at a time.
Thank you, Mayor. And please let your client know how much I appreciate them working with the neighborhood, and we'll continue to expect them to. And I think, generally speaking, the home builders who are building in these areas understand the nature of these areas. And Mr. White, just for your benefit, I think you understand it's not written in our code. Our code is black and white. So until planning staff gets to that point of getting rural standards written in there, they're always going to offer that denial. That's just their jobs to do so. Appreciate your comments. And then with that, Your Honor and council members, on agenda item 79, I will follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. The motion on 79, excuse me, please vote and please post. Motion carries. On number 80, please.
I would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 80. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. And 81, please.
I would move to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, Your Honor.
Wonderful. There's a motion on agenda item 81. Please vote and please post. And that motion also carries.
Thank you.
Andy
Wyatt from Pinnacle is here, so he heard your comments.
Well, you've had praise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, agenda items 82 through 85. 82 VAR 67970, and a request for variance to allow no additional parking spaces where 3 additional parking spaces are required for parking impaired development and related item. Number 83 VAR 67971, on a request for variance to allow a 5-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is required and related item. 84 VAR 68417, a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot setback where 5 feet is required for an existing freestanding sign and related item. And number 85 SDR 67972, and a request for a major amendment of an approved plot plan review Z-0031-73, paren 6, for a proposed 922-foot square addition to an existing 1,463 square foot dental office. The applicant owner is the Liang Chang Revocable Family Trust on .15 acres at 1212 South Maryland Parkway, PR. Professional offices and parking zone. Staff recommends denial on all 4 items. Planning Commission recommends approval. These are items in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Councilmen. Tim Ayala, 4600 Sunset Road, represent the applicant this afternoon. And just presenting this and giving a little background, this property was built a long time ago, like in the 70s. And they were tenant improvements, used to be a house, a home. That's why the shape that it is right now, if you can see in your aerial picture, we have a park in front of it. So that's why the shape of the building is that way. That is why it's not parallel to Maryland Street. They did the tenant improvements in this property, converting that existing home into office professional. Has many different uses, and now it's been a clinic, a dental clinic, for 12 years. And right now we are asking for an addition. It's not for an office or to expand and have new dentists or new stuff into the building. It's just to have an x-ray room, a file room, and a storage room, and the 760 square feet that it shows here in the site plan. Also, because right now the right-of-way is right here, but Public Works has some plans to expand Maryland Parkway. So right now we have 11 parking spaces existing, as the pictures they show. But doing the expansion of Maryland Parkway, the right-of-way will be like right here. So we are gonna reduce our parking spaces into 6. And right now, like it shows here, we have 0 setbacks for the existing sign that the building permits for the tenant improvements was pulled in 1984. But when we went to the meeting and the planning, for planning, we agreed that this sign, the existing sign that has been since 1984, we will remove it when they start expanding Maryland Parkway. We agree with that, and that's why they approved this application. That's all we have. Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lowenstein?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff is recommending denial of the variance and site review request as the applicant is creating a self-imposed hardship by proposing to overbuild the site. The variance has also been requested for the existing freestanding sign that was constructed without permits and located within both required setback in area and public right-of-way, and therefore staff's recommended denial as the sign could be relocated and redesigned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this particular, any of these, 82, 83, 84, 85? I will close public hearing, and not seeing anything from anyone, I'm going to turn this over to you, Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, the Planning Commission unanimously supported all 4 of these proposals. I will now move in order for approval of item 82.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 82. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. On 283.
I move for approval of item 83.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 83. Please vote and please post. That carries as well. Agenda item 84.
I move for approval of item 84.
Motion to approve on 84. Please vote. Please post. It carries. And number 85.
I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 85. Please vote. Please post. That carries. Best of everything.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Commissioner.
Okay, we are on to agenda item number 86, VAR 68840, public hearing, applicant Baca National Transmission, owner Charles F. David and Penny R. David Family Trust, for possible action on a request for variance to allow an 8-foot-tall rear perimeter block wall with 4 feet of wrought iron on top, where 8 feet's the maximum overall height allowed on .30 acres at 3030 Builders Avenue M, Industrial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon. Yes, I am. Dan Baca, 3030 Builders Avenue, Baca National Transmission.
Thank you. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this at this point?
Sure. I enjoy talking about this. Okay. Been in the neighborhood there over 20 years. been fighting the same thing for over 20 years, is we have an epidemic there. We have many individuals, lower income, a lot of drug situations, habits, and we try to keep them out of our neighborhood and out of our business. Our biggest fight is when they break in, when they hurt themselves, we have to pay for their medical attention because they hurt themselves in our property, even though they came in there to take or steal whatever they could from your cars that were working for you, or all of our customers. And all that we're asking is, we cannot have razor wire anymore.
No.
And we understand that. The only place we're permitted to have razor wire is in the detention home on the next street over on Stewart, which is to keep them in once we've caught them. All righty? But I can't have the razor wire to keep them out where I'm at, which is understandable. All righty? Yes, it's not safe or good. And yes, we do want to have the city and everything look much nicer. So I'm asking is, let's just put a little bit of wrought iron there, make it a little bit more difficult for them. Nothing will ever stop anything. Twice this week, next door neighbors, their candy store, their food trucks, food everywhere, where they went in and destroyed everything. All righty? Next door neighbor, and we can enter this in here, he asked me to read this. It's 4 pages. Out of respect for everyone's time, I'm not going to do that. I'll summarize it very quickly, and we can just enter it in. All right, Doug Williams, out of just respect to our time.
Thank you.
But it's we're ratifying the same thing over and over again. Yes, we do clean the neighborhood. Yes, at night we run through the alleys. And yes, sometimes you got to honk and blink your lights because someone is parked there and they get up all surprised because whatever they're doing there, we says, please go somewhere else. We have no control over that. But we do have control of possibly the wrought iron and making it much more aesthetically pleasing as well, even though it's only for an alleyway, for more business type scenarios. But the biggest concern is all of my neighbors around us, they're saying is this, whatever we do here, we're going to set up precedents so they can clean up all of our neighborhood so it can all look nice.
Right.
And that's why we're here.
Wonderful. Okay. Wonderful. And hopefully together you join together in higher security.
We have security already. We all know that. Everyone has security. And security takes what? 4 minutes? They're out of there in 2 minutes. That's not no secret. Throw a rock, stand back there. How long did it take them to get there? Same thing as your house or anything else. Right. You want someone to steal something, have a sign saying is we have security there. That's where you're at. Okay.
Well, what you're planning looks very nice. And this is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to comment on this agenda item? I'm going to close the public hearing, and it's back to you, Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is another example of the times they are a-changing. Downtown's been overrun by bums. Yeah, some of them are homeless, but a lot of them are criminally inclined and or just mischievous, and they need to be diverted. I think, Mr. Baca, you'll be appreciative of the fact that we are working very hard and soon to be able to announce a real big initiative on controlling and deterring a lot of this. I am very sorry for you and all the other business owners there and in the eastern part of our district that have had to put up with this wave. It is truly unbelievable to people who do not live anywhere near downtown, just how many miscreants and bums are prowling around. So I like this, and the Planning Commission agreed with you, and I will now move to support the Planning Commission's decision on item 86.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 86. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for beautifying that. Okay, agenda item 87, SDR 68652, public hearing. Applicant owner, refrigeration supply distributor for possible action on a request for site development plan review for a proposed 28,650 square foot industrial building with waiver of downtown Centennial Plan streetscape and service area screening requirements on 1.38 acres at 1901 and 1907 Western Avenue M Industrial, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Representative. Marty Harson, 2955 Alaris Court in Sparks, Nevada. I'll be the architect of record on the project.
Thank you. And you are, sir?
I'm Sam Dunham, civil engineer, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, wonderful. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this, and we'll have the public hearing?
Before he does, Mr. Dunham was a previous planning
Guys
commission.
pretty much described it.
Okay.
Just wanted to point that out.
I didn't hear that,
Just
I'm
wanted to
sorry.
point out that everybody knew you were a previous planning commissioner representing Ward 6 at one time.
Okay.
At the time of planning commission meeting, they had a couple of items that we addressed in terms of the truck turning radius and things up front, which has been updated, and they approved based on that. So I would request that you
Thank
approve
you.
based on their
Thank you.
approval.
Mr. Lowenstein?
Madam Mayor, the applicant's correct. Between Planning Commission and City Council, revised plans have been submitted addressing our on-site circulation concerns. Thank you.
So are you recommending approval?
Our recommendation still stands based on the waivers, but our largest concern was the life safety issue with the on-site circulation.
Thank you very much. Anyone here wishing to be heard on agenda item 87, please come forward, state your name. I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin, you're back on. This is
Thank you,
Councilman
Your Honor.
Coffin.
And I guess I wish I could associate my previous remarks to this one too, but we'll just say that it should be just copied and pasted just about anywhere. This makes, I know the succession of motions here makes it look like we're just beating down our poor staff. Why are we paying when we don't listen to them? But in fact, our code requires them to deny in certain circumstances, and it's been their lucky number this week to draw all of them. But the Planning Commission heard the testimony and they made changes. So we must, I think, pay attention to what the Planning Commission says on this one. So I will move for support of item 57, that is approval of item 87 SDR 68652.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 87. Please vote and please post with the changes that you made. And that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. See ya.
Okay, we're on to agenda item 88, ROC 69443, public hearing, applicant Famous Pioneer, owner Abraham Schiff, for possible action on a request for a review of condition of an approved special use permit U-0036-02 to delete condition number 2, which states the packaged liquor shall be restricted to the miniature bottles for sale in gift baskets, and to delete condition number 7, which states the sale of individual container or any size of beer, wine cooler, or screw cap wine is prohibited. All such products shall remain in the original configuration as shipped by the manufacturer. Further, no replacing of containers into groups smaller than the original shipping container size shall be permitted, end quote. At 25 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Applicant here or representative?
Representative.
And your name, please.
Molly Gabay, 6130 West Flamingo Road.
Thank you, Molly. Mr. Lowenstein, we'll go to you first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On February 3rd, 2016, the City Council adopted ordinance number 6505, which prohibited the sales of packaged liquor for off-premise consumption on or adjacent to a pedestrian mall. The subject site was entitled for packaged liquor sales prior to the adoption of this ordinance by means of special use permit, with conditions limiting the sales of liquor to miniature bottles for sale in gift baskets, as well as prohibiting the sales of individual containers of beer and wine. Staff supports the conditions from City Council as part of the original approval and recommends denial of this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Ryan Arnold, here today representing Fremont Street Experience. We support staff's recommendation, and I mean, we're a bit puzzled with the application altogether because there is a law, existing law, that does not allow these uses. So we adamantly oppose this. I can go further, but out of sensitivity of time, we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Anyone else, council? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I do. I'm a little confused myself as we went through that consternation with all those open liquor singles on Fremont Street under the canopy. So, Councilman, I don't know what direction you're going to go on this, but I'm going to have a hard time supporting it. I just want to give you a heads up because I still support what we did back in 2016.
Thank you. Anyone else? And I have to say I stand with Mayor Pro Tem because we spend an awful lot of time on this very issue. So I will be voting against it if you should be voting in affirmative. Okay. All right, so you want to go, or Councilwoman? And
No, I just wanted to tell her, even though, did you want to say something?
Yeah.
Has she said something?
Okay, no, she didn't get a chance.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we were advised by business licensing that unless we change our business model to a liquor store or a grocery store, we wouldn't be able to use the license anymore. So what we wanted to do was to have the review to remove those restrictions so we'd be able to sell the packaged liquor license as a normal packaged liquor license. Okay.
Well, so you had an instruction.
For the record, Mary McElhone, Business Licensing Manager. Right now, that packaged liquor license is in non-operational status, and you could just go ahead and sell that liquor license. This item on this agenda has no bearing on your ability to sell that packaged liquor license.
Yeah, we understand, but it's a more appealing license, a packaged liquor license, if it has its full, ability for what you can sell. More valuable, correct.
Mary McElhone again. The conditions that are here today that we're reviewing are actually on the land use. They're not actually on the packaged liquor license.
Oh, okay.
So you should be able to sell that packaged liquor license without having a concern over the vote today here on item number 88.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I just wanted to give you a chance to speak. I think it's good you follow through on what you believe in.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to follow staff recommendation to deny item 88.
There's a motion to deny on agenda item 88. Please vote and please post. Councilman Ross. Oh, I did the other way around, change my vote. I'm so used to that, Thank you very much. So sorry she's gone. That was quick. Okay, we are going to, at this point, we move on to agenda item 89, set the date on appeals and filed and required public hearings. Instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements.
We will, thank you.
Thank you very much. Citizen participation, this is your second opportunity. Actually, it's probably your fourth. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion, any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but council will not be able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please come forward, state your name.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Greg Castle, a lifelong resident of the city of Las Vegas, and I wish to end your day on a positive note. You probably
Wait,
hear
first
a lot.
you have to tell us, Mr. Castle, what high school?
Western High School.
Okay.
We, class of 86.
Warriors.
Warriors.
Okay, now you may go on with your comments.
Okay, got that out of the way. I wanted to come here on a positive note to commend 6 of your employees of this city, specifically Fire Captain Larry Kramer, Fire Engineer Jen Gypsum, firefighters Ed Kennedy, firefighter Steve Ritchie, and paramedics Garrett Miller and Sam Cole. And I want to commend them for actions they did on April 9th at my home I was out of town on business. My children were in California with my sister, and my wife suffered a very critical medical episode. And those gentlemen and that lady were responded, transported my wife to UMC, and they, en route, performed a procedure that's very rare in the field, and they saved her life. And so I just wanted to put on public comment that was awesome. Wow. I appreciate what they did for me and my family. I've already thanked Willie McDonald and Dave Slattery over at City Fire. Dr. Slattery is our Deputy Chief of EMS. And I wanted to end your day on a good note, so there it is.
That's beautiful, and we will make sure that we acknowledge them. You're certainly, to get the names, you live in ward, which ward?
Councilman Anthony's.
Wonderful. So Councilman Anthony, I mean, we'd love to recognize
I took him a
them.
cake, too. You know that's customary. You know where I'm at.
Would you give your contact information to one of those two young ladies right there?
Sure.
And we'll talk.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are proud of them, and God bless your family. Wonderful.
That's right.
Councilman Beers? No. See, aren't I glad that I was part of this council when we built that new fire station? Wonderful. Awesome. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 91. Okay, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. I know there are members of council who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda, so we're going to start with you, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
First, I promised residents, not only of my ward, but other people in other wards that have contacted me, that as soon as our proposed new short-term rental ordinance was available for the public to hear, we would let them know. And I received yesterday the notice that the new proposed short-term rental ordinance is expected to go to recommending committee on Monday, May 15th. And what time is it that you start, Mr. Bova? 10?
It's usually at 10, isn't that correct?
So it would be Monday, May 15th at 10 a.m. At Bob Baskin Park, we will have a community meeting tomorrow night at 6 p.m. I shouldn't say at Bob Basket, concerning our renovating of Bob Baskin Park tomorrow night at 6 p.m. at the Las Vegas Valley Water District. I will be hosting a community meeting to go over the planned renovations. This is the last opportunity for public input prior to construction, and I encourage everyone to attend who uses the park and is interested. And if you do not attend or send your feelings through someone else, please don't complain after the fact, because we've already had several meetings. This is our last chance. And then Ward 1 will be hosting the PG-rated film Trolls on Friday, April 28th at 7 p.m. at Pioneer Park. We will have popcorn and water while supplies last. Seating is on the lawn, so please bring blankets or low chairs for your comfort and enjoyment of the film. I will be meeting with Ward 1 principals on Thursday, May 4th at 8:30 p.m. at the Mirabella Community Center. It's our annual get-together with county principals, I should say Ward 1 principals, to share information about available resources through the city and in the community and how we can work together. We will have an Arbor Day event on Thursday, May 4th at 11:30 a.m. at Wifter Park. I will be planting an arbor tree. Boy, I'm sure glad I'm planting a tree instead of watching several being cut down in our parks with students from Katz Elementary School. So hopefully the weather will be good and we'll have a great Arbor Day. As my colleagues here know, and many in the community know, I have had a lifelong passion for children in special education, spent many years working with these children who had special needs. So again this year, I will be attending the Special Olympic events on Thursday, May 4th at 1:30 p.m. at Bonanza High School, and I urge you all to attend. Just get an idea of what these children who have special needs can accomplish and see them doing activities that all students do. Lastly, I didn't get to make the premiere of the film The Promise. I guess it's a love story, but it's also based on the Armenian genocide. And because I have had some personal contact with people who escaped that genocide and it's often overlooked, and people don't realize it occurred, and it was the first major attempt of annihilating a culture in the 20th century. I would just suggest that everybody attend. I think it'll be very educational, and I think it'll probably be a good movie on the other side, too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, council, we're going to go back and forth. Councilman Beers, you're next up. Because you're standing up, that's why.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will have coffee with the councilman on Friday, May 5th. We'll be out from 7:30 to 9 o'clock at the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf across from the Costco out at Charleston in the 215. If you have any comments or questions or concerns about stuff in the neighborhood, please stop in on your commute into work. Let us know what they are, and we'll get working on resolving them. Interesting event coming up this very weekend in Ward 2. It is the area-wide Junior Golf Clinic and PGA Junior League kickoff. If anybody is of tender years interested in taking up the world's oldest reason to cuss, you can learn how to do that. I guess they probably won't be teaching that specific part of the skill set, but the rest of the skills will be taught this weekend from 10 to noon out at TPC Las Vegas. It is free for juniors and parents to attend, and you can see the details there. If you need more and you don't see it there, by all means give our office a call, and we'll help you move forward. Business kiosk at Sahara West Library. Friendly reminder, this is the farthest kiosk from City Hall and can save you a commute down to City Hall if you have, or at least the Development Center, if you have minor business licensing transactions to conduct with the City of Las Vegas. This machine at the Sahara West Library will let you do it close to home. It was 29 years ago today in music history, music politics history, that Sonny Bono was inaugurated as the mayor of Palm Springs, California, Your Honor. Unfortunately, he passed away here in Nevada, skied into a tree in 1998.
Was it in Nevada?
It did go some distance toward popularizing helmets for skiers, I think. Tragic loss. Anyway, that is all we've got from Ward 2, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
And Cher lives on and sings.
And Cher comes to town, and people come to town in droves to watch her sing.
Right, and
which we like.
continuing on into, I think she's in her 70s now.
No, not possible.
Yeah, she
29
is.
forever.
Yeah. Oh,
29
my baby,
forever.
you've done enough. All right, Councilman Barlow, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. First up in Ward 5, we have our youth summer camps and aquatics program. Keep the kids active during summer vacation with summer day camps offered at 6 City of Las Vegas community centers. So save the date to preserve your spot at summer day camp for swim lessons or pool sports teams. The online registration begins April 17th at 9 a.m. For more information, please visit LasVegasParksAndRec.com. On April 22nd, this Saturday, the annual Ward 5 Fishing Derby will take place once again. So if you are in elementary or middle school or high school, come on out to Lorenzi Park. The Ward 5 Fishing Derby will take place this Saturday starting at 8 a.m. until 12 noon. We will have sack lunches ready for the students as well. And if you are a mentor and would like to come out and assist, please do so. We would love to have you. Breakfast and lunch will be available while supplies last. Fishing poles will be provided while supplies last as well. So please contact my office at 229-5443. On Thursday, May 5th, Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks, located at 1925 North Martin Luther King Boulevard and Lake Mead. So please come on out. May 5th, starting at 9 a.m. until 10 a.m. May 9th through 11th, the Las Vegas Senior Center Senior Idol Auditions. So if you are a senior and you're looking to show off your skills, please come on out. Calling all seniors, there will be auditions for the Senior Idol Showcase. All hopeful showcase for performers must audition. The registration packets are due by Friday, April 28th. For more information, please call 229-6454. And of course, Eldorado Days, which is always fun, is taking place
this year, so the applications are being accepted for the parade entry for the Las Vegas Eldorado. The parade will begin 10 a.m. Saturday, May 13th in downtown Las Vegas on 4th Street, and it is expected to last 2 hours. There is no fee to enter the parade, and high school marching bands will receive $1,000 for participating. High school groups that build and enter a float and themed on Western heritage or the birthday of Las Vegas will get $1,500. Mayor, does that still come out of your pocket?
Out of my personal pocket or my office pocket?
Don't answer that question. But you are still involved, right? Okay, great. And so we want to thank the mayor for her generous contributions, for participating in providing this nice little grant to the high schools that participate in the Eldorado Parade. So the deadline is April 20th, so for more information, please call 229-6672. And of course, the historic West Side School located at Washington Avenue and D Street has professional offices and retail, as well as a cafe space for those of you who are looking for an opportunity to come in and work in this area. Please contact 229-6551 for more information. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, going into year number 9. Wrong?
Almost retired.
No, 4 more years. Go for it.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Although I have to interrupt that, 74, I want everybody to know, 74% of the vote is enormous. However, if there are 4 people and he won 3, that's 75%, right? But I know more than 4
I tried to beat
showed up.
Oscar's 98%, I think, at one of his elections, but I couldn't get there.
Yeah, Oscar had an 86. All right, go for it.
Thank you.
Councilman.
I have 4 items, so if our tech guys want to throw up one at a time, see which one they put up first. There you go. So we have a Ward 4 movie in the park. It'll be Friday, April 21st at the Durango Hills Y. It'll be outside behind the Durango Hills Y. The movie will be Trolls. The movie starts right when it gets dark, but come out a little bit early. We'll have some popcorn, water. A lot of your fellow residents and neighbors will be out there. You can sit around and commiserate a little bit before the movie starts. The next one, I've been honored to be the Grand Marshal for the Paralyzed Veterans of America Walk, Roll, and Run Marathon this Saturday, April 22nd, 2017 at Wayne Bunker Park at Alexander and Tenaya. It's going to be a great opportunity to come out and support our military veterans, talk to them, find out some of the things that are going on in their lives and how we as a community can help support them. The registration's at 7:30. The runners will start at 9 a.m. I'll kick that off, and then at 9:45 I will kick off the hand and wheel cycle start for that particular event. So come on out, and thank you for the sponsors listed on the bottom for supporting this particular event. And next we have a shredding event in the Great Desert Shores right at the clubhouse, Saturday, April 22nd from 10 to noon. So please come out, starting at 10, going all the way till noon. You can come anytime between that time, a little bit later, and the lines are a little bit shorter. It's free, it's open to the public. Bring out up to 5 boxes of anything that has sensitive information on it, and we will make sure that it gets shredded so you're not a victim of identity theft. And you can also bring out any of your prescription drugs that you want safely discarded. We will have people out there to do that for you. So April 22nd, 10 o'clock, Desert Shores. And finally, we will be dedicating the community room at Fire Station 107 to our late and honorable David Steinman, who served on the Planning Commission as well as the City Council. If you'd like to come out and remember him, he was a great man. This will be Wednesday, April 26th at 1 p.m. We'll be at Fire Station 107. The mayor will be out there speaking. I will be there speaking. We'll have a couple other folks speaking. We want the family to understand that we will remember David Steinman by honoring that particular room, and his name will be engraved in there. So Please come out. Thank you very much, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you. Were you able to get a picture of him up there too, or don't
Yeah,
they allow
well,
that?
I don't want to say because we're going to unveil it.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to, it'll be
Okay,
covered, we'll
fine.
unveil it,
Very
and then it'll be the
exciting.
first time everybody sees it. It's going to be very nice, though.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Good thought of yours. It's wonderful. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. Thank you, Mayor, for coming out yesterday to Centennial Hills for coffee with the mayor and hanging out with us for a while.
Good time.
Had a good time.
We
Thank you so much.
We had a little presentation, a little band showed up
band was
for
playing
us.
out there, yeah.
I mean, it was
kinda
really
nice.
fun.
In Ward 6, want us to shout out to the protectors of Tule Springs. Of course, you know, we have our new Tule Springs Fossil Beds National Monument out there. They recently held a meeting, and want to say thank you to them for all that they're doing, all their efforts. I also am showing the movie Trolls for our movie in the park, and I'm going to direct Christy Garnis to find Councilman Anthony a pink wig that stands up like that, so he can wear that in his movie in the park. And I'll come if you do it. I'll come to your movie in the park if you do it. But we're having ours. You'll come too, Brian?
Get him pink too, I insist.
Well, I think I'm going to look for one too, because if Councilman Anthony pulls it off, I'm going to pull it off. Anyway, our movie in the park is May 12th, and it starts when the sun goes down at Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater. Everybody knows where that is. They have a great time. We just had one. We had a bunch of families out the other night for our first movie in the park. It was a great time. So bring your lawn chairs, bring your snacks, and we'll probably have water and popcorn while supplies last. And I'm sure that Team Ross is conniving for something for me to wear that night as well, as I'm looking at them now. Anyway, in our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, we have two missing young ladies this time, and this time these are from Centennial Hills. Both of these young ladies were last seen in the area of Durango and Elkhorn. They were last seen April 10th. Their names, if I'm going to butcher them, Rosalia Legere is 16-year-old Caucasian female, brown hair, brown eyes. She stands about 5'4", 155 pounds. Her sister, Alexandria Legere, is 15-year-old Caucasian with blue eyes and dark red hair. She stands about 5'3" and weighs about 110 pounds. So please, please, anyone has seen these young ladies, especially in the Centennial Hills area, contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. So these are a couple of special ones we want to get back to family members or people that will take care of them and make sure they're out of harm's way. So keep your eyes out for those children. And if you need to get a hold of me or any one of my amazing Team Ross members, you can always shoot me an email, councilman-sross, lasvegasnevada.gov. I'm on Twitter, on Facebook, or you can do the old-fashioned dial the phone, 702-229-6154. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Do you Twitter with the president?
I do not follow the president, no, and I'm sure he doesn't follow me.
You never know.
You never know, I know,
No,
good
you
point.
don't. But anyway, certainly wishing, first of all, thanking everybody's staff. I always do that last, but thank you, technology and all of our staff that is forever loyal and stays throughout no matter how this is, and our clerk's office forever, and it's wonderful. We have actually, it's not this Saturday, a week from Saturday on the 29th is our annual Mayor's Walk at Kellogg's Air, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, so do come out and bring pets if you like. I usually cheat out there. I don't stay the whole time, but I do a short walk. So I'd love to see 8 o'clock on Saturday the 29th, and then on Sunday the 30th, a week from this coming Sunday also, the Anti-Defamation League is holding its annual walk at Springs Preserve, and that one's at 9:30, and I'll be out there for that. They're great causes, and just, you know, everything I think anybody on council participates in. The one thing I want to ask council is, you go to the movies and bring these movies to children. How about things like Black Beauty or Cinderella or the old Bambi? I mean, how about some of those classics to bring the young people of today into the days when there was a little more meat in the storytelling? Oh, are you? Wow. I mean, that's really important. There's some really good things that are, and especially for the young people. I mean, you know, and Snow White and Pinocchio. I mean, oh my gosh, what was his name? Giuseppe. Geppetto. All right, never mind about me. Our next council meeting is May 3rd, beginning at 9 o'clock right here in council chambers. And we thank you all, and those of who are watching from home at some point on the many replays that you get. Thank you for tuning in and caring about your city. And again, thank you all, staff, for your devoted, and our marshals for taking care of us. So we are adjourned, May 3rd.